And I just have it pulled up on my phone until it shows that we're live.
Hello, everyone. How's
Hello.
everything going? I got a special guest with me today, Salty Shrimp Pasta. Say hello. That's your cue.
Hey, sorry. Hey, how's it going? Um, so would you like me to introduce myself?
Yeah, sure.
Um, all right. Well, hi everyone. I'm Salty Shrimp Pasta, up and coming millionaire and the best YouTuber on the market right now. I do the usual long form game analysis. We're nerds who talk about video games for way too long type content. So that's all. That's all a good time. And yeah, that's about the most interesting thing I can do. I have a couple pretty long videos in there if that tickles your fancy. And yeah, it's my
So
first
what
time doing this. So
what video would you recommend people watch to get a good idea of what your channel's like?
anything after the Metro video is great. Anything before the Metro video, I've slowly disassociated with.
Okay.
Because those are my like I don't know what I'm doing videos,
Yeah.
and everything after the Metro video, I really started to kind of get a better idea of where I was going with it. Of course, you can check out the most recent one, video on Titanfall 2, that ended up being a bit longer than I expected it to, which I'm okay with. That one's gotten pretty popular thanks to your boy Private Sessions, who went ahead and shouted me out, so that's been doing really well. The Greedfall video is one that I'm really proud of. The Dead Space video I'm proud of because I got it done in like 24 days. I think is about how long I started on the 1st of October, and I think I got it uploaded by the 24th or so. And what was the one before that? Anything like that. They're all great. They're all amazing. You should just watch every single one of them.
I really like the Dead Space 2 video. I think that might be my favorite. Mostly because of
The
the
the Dead Space
the
2 or the Titanfall 2?
the Dead Space video, the
Oh,
trilogy.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
because of the parallels between Dead Space and Mass Effect that I did not know existed until I actually started watching that video that you did.
Yeah, that's why I was basically annoying you with it for what felt like a month straight. And I felt kind of bad about it. I just knew you were making the Mass Effect 3 video and it was going to be talking about the Reapers. So I was like, he's got to at least get some passing knowledge of these parallels because they're way stronger than you would expect, especially by the time Dead Space 3 rolls around.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember when I actually watched that video. Um, it was
I think it was
probably
like
when I might have already
had to have
been,
been going.
I might have been into the writing process for the Mass Effect 3 script because I never wound up working it into it, but it's something that I kind of want to work into if I do the follow-up video. At least mention it in passing.
Yeah, I know that when I do a Mass Effect video sometime in the future, and good lord, I am anticipating that video to be anywhere from 6 to 12 hours long, just because that's how long it would take to cover be just do a comprehensive, full video of the series without doing what Never Knows Best did and just kind of touching on the main points but not going into a lot of detail. Um,
Yeah, it's
which he does that for a lot of his videos. It works for him, but I would want to go into like too much detail.
you said in your channel update video that you wanted to do like the video based on like focused around the characters, right?
Yeah, so I wanted to do not all the romances because there's just too many possibilities there between all three games,
Yeah,
and
you would have to.
you get extra dialogue if you
Yeah,
like cheat on your spouse.
yeah,
The
exactly.
perfect military
So
simulator.
by the time Mass Effect 3 comes around, if you like if you want to get all that you can out of like Liara's relationship, you would have had to, date her in Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 3. Probably have to do something in Mass Effect 2 with Shadow Broker and stuff, because I think you can do something with that as well. But then you also have to be like, oh, what happens if I cheat on her in Mass Effect 2? And that it's just like there's too many permutations to really. You would have to do like 24 different playthroughs at least to get all the permutations down, and then you get the Citadel DLC on top of it all, which just it's a bit of a nightmare.
I'm gonna have to make the Citadel DLC the exception to the rule because I'm only doing 3 playthroughs. I actually got it planned out. So the first playthrough, of course, is going to be Paragon with a male ship. Renegade also with a male ship, but then I'm going to do I'm basically copying what Never Knows Best did. I'm just going to talk in more detail about it. Then I'm going to do a neutral playthrough where I try to make as few Paragon Renegade decisions as possible. And that one's going to be a femme ship, of course, because, haha, women can't make up their mind thing. So that's going to be the running gag that I hope I don't get canceled over. But that's kind of the plan, is 3 playthroughs, see how much you can cover, but there's just way too much reactivity across the 3 games to get everything. And then there's weird stuff, like, I mentioned I was rewatching your Mass Effect 2 video, and I rewatched your Mass Effect 3 video. There is a line, because you talked about how it's not really explained how Miranda leaves Cerberus. There is a line in Mass Effect 2, if you bring her for the Human Reaper fight, spoilers,
Yeah.
she gives her resignation, but your comment can still be taken as true because it's kind of on a whim and doesn't make much sense from what I remember.
Yeah, so I found out about that basically when I was editing the video. I found out that that line exists, but it's just the fact that she says nothing on the, on the Normandy afterwards about it, regardless of if you brought her or not. It's just like it doesn't make sense. It feels like a throwaway sort of thing.
Yeah, especially since
my logic Mass Effect 3, her whole arc is her running away from Cerberus and shit. So it's like, if you didn't bring her on the suicide mission to go fight the Reaper, you just don't get that you just don't get that connection. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and my logic is it could make sense given the context. If you did her loyalty mission or if you romanced her, which I guess you would have to do her loyalty mission for that, then it would make sense that whenever it comes time for her to do something like handing over a Reaper to Cerberus, she would be like, no, this is where I'm drawing a line in the sand.
Yeah.
But if you didn't, and I wonder if it's different if you didn't do her loyalty mission, if she survives that far. Because whenever I kill off as many companions as possible, she's going to be the one to put up the barrier. So you can, because I saw that meme where she has that line like, in theory any biotic can do it, and it shows her dying holding up the barrier.
But if you do her loyalty mission, she does hold the barrier, right?
Does she?
I don't know.
I feel like she's too weak for it.
I've always used either Samara or Jack.
I've pretty much exclusively used Samara. I don't know why, I just always have. But I'm pretty sure that it's kind of like putting Garrus in the vents. It's just they're not good enough for it.
Or, no, the best is if you put Jacob in the vents, Shepard just goes, well, seeing as you volunteered. Like, damn, Shepard, that's cold.
Some of those decisions, while we're on the topic of it, are kind of weird though, because I know on my first playthrough, because I started with Mass Effect 2, which is one of the reasons that I thought it was the best game ever, because I was the Call of Duty audience that they were trying to grab at the time. So I was like, oh, this is a shooter where you can make decisions. That's awesome. That was about the extent of it. But I put Zaid in charge of the first fire team.
Yeah.
And Tally died because of it.
Really?
Which didn't make sense to me because you would think he was the leader of the Blue Suns.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like, yeah, and then of course I put Grunts in charge of the second fire team and he died, which that one makes a bit more sense. He really had no right being on that fire team. But Zaid doesn't make any sense at all because you would think he has some leadership abilities, but maybe the logic is that like he's too self-absorbed to be a good leader, given what he does during his mission.
Too much of a lone wolf or something like that. I always just put Garrus in charge.
Yeah, I pretty much always put Garrus in charge.
Which is like, it could go one of two ways. I mean, he did technically get his whole team killed on Omega. So...
Yeah, I saw an argument in some YouTube comments about that, and I kind of stand with the... He held the team by himself, but they had to like get him away from the base to kill them all.
That
So
is
it was kind of
true. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the lack of his leadership
Yeah.
is what got them killed. Is how I always took that. But oddly enough, I think if you put Miranda in charge of the first fire team, then everyone survives too, which is weird because nobody likes her. So you would think that like she would be the last person they would listen to in a life or death situation, but
well,
no, apparently.
she is like in certain regards a Mary Sue character, and then in other ways she's not. But it's weird. The way they handle her in Mass Effect 2 is very bipolar, in my opinion. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I remember thinking it was weird.
you would think like
Because
if you have her leading the squad, the team, and Jackson the team too, like Jack would die or Miranda would die. Literally, like one of them would get the other one killed.
that would make sense, yeah. But then they'd have to make a third cutscene,
Yeah.
and they didn't want to do that. Um, no, I think it was weird. If I'm not mistaken, Miranda has like really fucked up teeth in like the original version of Mass Effect 2. And
Oh
that
yeah.
always stood out to me because she was like, I've been genetically engineered to be perfect. And I'm like, and they couldn't afford a dentist? Like, get some Invisalign or something. But
Selected Jacob to lead the squad. I guess yeah, that would work
I should
too.
probably have the chat open, shouldn't I?
Yeah, especially when I start playing. So, guys, the plan here is I'm going to be playing Oblivion again. I did a bunch of changes to the mod pack, pulled out a bunch of mods that weren't really working last time around, so it's more vanilla now. Uh, the only mod that I installed was like a UI mod that shows the perks in the UI. I'll show you when we get started. But so basically the plan is like what I did last week. Just gonna start a character. I already know what character I'm gonna do. I pretty much planned it last time, and just go through the game and just chat with Salty here. What should I call you, by the way? Like I don't feel like saying Salty Shrimp Pasta every time.
A lot of people call me any like the thing about my name that I really like is I can go by salty shrimp or pasta. So it's just whatever you feel like that day, basically.
I think I'm gonna go with Shrimp because Salty kind of invokes Salt Factory, and yeah, I
I saw
think
the other day. I didn't watch this, but I guess Strat Edgy did a collab with Salt Factory on KOTOR 2. I just that popped up in my recommended, but we're the official Don't Like Salt Factory server, so we gotta not support that, I guess.
I don't know where people get this idea. I kind of like Salt Factory in a certain way. I can't
Yeah,
enjoy it the way I used to, but like I know what he's going for. That's the thing. Like if I can sit there and I can see what your intended goal is with your video, like what your audience is and everything, and you're clearly being successful at it, just keep doing it. Like I respect the hustle. And I also there's a lot of people, myself included, who like Salt Factory was their first analysis dude. So if he's the sort of guy who's gonna bring new blood into the niche and kind of be like, uh, people's first stop, and then people start to be like, oh, I want to go branch out a little bit more, maybe move into like what would be a good graduation from Salt Factory? I feel like Never Knows Best would be a good step up. That or either White Light. Like one of those two.
yeah. That's a good question. I will circle back to that, but I do want to say I also don't hate Salt Factory. I was one of the people who I enjoyed his Skyrim video the first time I saw it, but I never took it as like a real analysis. I didn't even realize that like evaluating Skyrim was in the it was either in the name or in the thumbnail. It wasn't until I watched Patrician's stream that I started to really see all the problems with it.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, I do love those streams, but I do have to admit it does almost kind of poison the well specifically for the audience because we're going in with the intention of these videos sucking, at least for the Skyrim ones.
It's
So, we
well, I mean,
both he
in
and a lot of us come
Patrician's
off a lot more negative.
defense, he doesn't intend on going in to be negative. It's just that's kind of how it ends up going, especially when you're doing analysis and stuff. So here's something interesting. I'm currently writing some extra stuff to put into the Mass Effect like supercut, and I'm writing a bunch of new material for Mass Effect 1 specifically. And so basically I have like points in the video where I'm just like, okay, I need to say something here. So I just write down like Pharos, like after Pharos ends, and then I just start writing like ideas and stuff. And when I first started the video, I was a lot more like charitable, I guess you would say. I was definitely a bit fanboyish, maybe. And going back now, I'm just a little bit more analytical. So the stuff that I'm adding in now is a lot more critical of Mass Effect. Like I went on a pretty large rant last night about like the scale of how the scale of the universe is depicted in Mass Effect 1 and how that might have affected certain issues in Mass Effect 2. So I think like just as you start to do this more and more, you just become a little bit more, I don't want to say jaded, but you start analyzing things a little bit more seriously, more directly.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And it can come across as just being like jaded or crass or something, but
and I definitely I not to cut you off, but I definitely don't want to like say Patrician himself is poisoning the well. It's more just the premise of the streams, like
yeah.
because a lot of the fun in it is as guilty as this makes me feel, a lot of the fun in it is watching him just go the fuck off on something. That's like most of the entertainment factor. So I just know when I watch his streams, I see things more negatively than they actually are. I actually, like I said, I like that Skyrim Salt Factory video the first time I saw it.
Yeah,
Um,
I did
and
too. It's just when you call it an analysis and there's not much analysis in it, then that's like if he called it just like a synopsis, or even if he just called it just a retrospective, that type like that retrospective is such an abused term on YouTube at this point that it's
yeah,
irrelevant what the definition actually is. Like if he just called that a retrospective, it'd be like, well, I mean, he is looking back at the game and he's giving his,
that's the criteria. He is
he's
looking
giving us,
back,
yeah, he's
and
giving us
it
his
has retro in the
impressions.
term.
There's impressions in there, and like through the inflection of his tone and stuff, you can understand where he's like what his opinions are. It's just there's a lack of analysis in there. There's
Yeah,
a lack of like
I hate the term.
argumentative structure.
I hate the term retrospective because of
Yeah,
how overused it is. I feel like I feel like my Tron Evolution video, I think that originally had retrospective. Clearly, I'm looking at it now. I must have changed the title either recently or before I uploaded it. Because I was doing an actual retrospective. I played this game a lot as a kid. I haven't played it in several years. I want to see how it holds up now. But just because it's such an overused buzzword, I guess I changed it to say analysis. Same thing with my Daggerfall video. It originally said The Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall 25 years later. I cut that out recently because
yeah,
just so I don't have to associate with that because it's another overused term. Just X years later. It's
yeah,
like, okay, a lot of time has passed, that's
yeah,
fine,
yeah.
but
That's basically. But the thing is that people love it. The algorithm loves it. That's why I still use
yeah.
retrospective, because it, there's a certain game you got to play with it, and yeah, I mean it's up to the individual creators where they want to draw that line. So I'll use
Yeah, that's
retrospective, but I'm not going to use the it's been X amount of years, or here's my opinions, blah 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 blah. It's like we have specific terms for that. You can use review, you can use retrospective, you can use analysis and stuff. You don't have to put the is it as good as I remember like thing in there, or like here's my thoughts on. And it's like, okay, I know it's going to be your thoughts. It's a video made by you.
yeah, I think the "Is it as good as I remember" works for Salt Factory because that's his brand.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
It's like
yeah.
that he started that with the Oblivion video, I'm pretty sure, and that video, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was one that like really blew up for him. One
Yeah,
of the first,
yeah, I think
if
that
I'm not
was.
wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was his first big one.
So that's kind of like it's like Strat Edgy's how to. I think either you or Pat may have said this recently, or it may have even been in that Indigo stream. I watch way too much stuff to remember where I hear it. But the like how to is Strat Edgy's go to thing, and is blank as good as I remember is Salt Factories. So I kind of just see that as like a branding thing. I don't really see anyone else use that term, but if it started to become popular because of it, then I would kind of start to view it as a problem, because anything popular is a problem to me apparently.
All right, I'm gonna get started playing. About 20 minutes in. Let's see. Let's get the counter going for how many times this game's gonna crash on me.
I'll do my best to follow along. I kind of just have my phone on my desk. I'm worried if I open it on my computer, it's gonna make Discord start cutting out. So I'm trying to like use as little internet as possible just for the sake of everybody else.
You're
But
using you're
to
using
answer
mobile,
your
right?
yeah, I just have my Wi-Fi turned off on my phone.
All right, let's see.
To answer your question though, because I didn't really do that, a good graduation from Salt Factory depends really. If you want to keep that same style of analysis, I would say Salt Factory and is it strategy or is it strat edgy? Because he does have the hyphen, but I've never really known how that's pronounced. That would be a good step up, or maybe like you said, White Light Never Knows Best would be a good one. Me personally, I went from, I think my first quote unquote analysis was Actman, because I just needed something to listen to while I was working a second job, and it was just like a janitor thing or something a few years back before I grew up and got a real man's job. But I just needed stuff to listen to, so whenever I got tired of listening to music, I started going on YouTube and started listening to started with Actman, and then it kind of bounced around between like H Bomber Guy, who I've mentioned before I can't listen to anymore. I just don't really care for his stuff. And then eventually I picked up Joseph Anderson, and everything was downhill from there. His God of War, it was either his Fallout video or his God of War video first. And it's ironic because I remember listening to Joseph Anderson's God of War video, but back when I was a pleb, I wouldn't listen to Matthew Matos's God of War video because he was criticizing the game, and it made me mad. That's how far I've come just in my understanding of analyzing games, because I guess I had this attitude of, you can't say anything bad about a game I like. It's not okay.
I liked videos that would tear into what I enjoyed, as long as it was fair criticism.
Yeah, I had to develop that.
You had to develop
that's why I was
skin.
mentioning. Yeah, I was mentioning in your Discord server a few days ago that I used to be like a complete brainlet before I started actually listening to game analysis of all things, and that's just because I remember having like thoughts about that, like, oh, he criticized God of War. God of War is a perfect game. I don't like this. And I look at that now, I'm like, that's really stupid. Like, how could I possibly think that? Or I would look at Mass Effect 2 and be like, oh, this is Call of Duty with choices. This is the coolest game ever. And I played Mass Effect 2 like not six, but probably 3 or 4 times in a row.
Oh,
is
man.
What I did.
That's...
Yeah. And now, it was actually your video that turned that around for me and helped me see all the problems, because I didn't realize how bad the story was until it was pointed out to me, and I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense.
So yeah, so for me, Mass Effect 2, I finished playing Mass Effect 2. I was so hyped for the game I skipped school that day. I don't know how the fuck I convinced my parents. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised if I just told my mom. I was like, this game came out, I really want to stay home and play it, and she was just like, okay. But anyway.
Parents would never do that.
Yeah, so I finished playing the game, and by the end of it, I'm just like, I think I hated that. I don't know why, but I just really did not enjoy that. So then I played it again, like 2 more times, and then by the end of it, I started to realize what was going on with the game. I was just like, yeah, this, like, what the fuck happened to this story? This is awful.
Yeah, it's so weird. I was thinking about it while I was re-listening to like the first probably 30 minutes of the Mass Effect 2 video, yours of course this morning. And I've been thinking a lot lately. It's very easy to retroactively fix a story, and it's a
Oh yeah.
lot easier than it is to come up with a good story the first time. And I think that's why retcons are just so common in gaming, is because it's so much. It's very easy for me to look at Mass Effect 2 and be like, these are all the things you could have done differently to make it better, and that's a lot easier than actually trying to write that yourself. And that's kind of the problem that just a lot of like mainstream games get these days. Is everybody has an idea of how it could be better, but nobody could come up with that idea in the first place, and that's kind of how I'm starting. I'm trying to remember when I got that. It was probably when I was playing through Titanfall 2 that I was like, oh yeah, all these different areas could be better, but I would never have come up with this entire plot myself. So that's kind of probably something when I do my Mass Effect video I'm gonna go into, because I'm gonna be basically suggesting like a rewrite of several areas and keeping just the bare minimum. Like, Shepard still works with Cerberus bare minimum. Everything else has changed.
Yeah, so I was going to do like a kind of a rewrite section at the end of the Mass Effect 3 video, and I got a page and a half in, and I just had to scrap it because it just started sounding like wishful thinking. I just realized, has my screen been black this entire fucking time?
I thought you were just waiting to start the game. I probably should have said something, but sorry. Terrible co-host. Are you guys gonna play Elden Ring? Probably not, because I've never finished a From Software game.
All right.
So I feel like I have to play all of the Dark Souls game and then go beat Bloodborne before I can play Elden Ring.
All right. So that's the hotkey. All right. So.
And I'm just gonna be picking up and reading random comments
because I wasn't paying attention to OBS. Let's go through the class that I just made.
Okay, so did you start a new game from last time?
Yes, this is a new character. I'm doing an orc. It's just a basic sword and board sort of character. Orc, warrior class sign. Stacking as much fatigue and health as I can, of course. 60 strength. 30 intelligence, but we're not using any magic or anything on this character, so that's fine. 65 endurance. Speed, I gotta bump up a little bit. Either speed or agility. But, oh yeah, so here we can see the new, the only new mod that I installed, which just shows us all the perks that you unlock at like Apprentice Journeyman. So that you don't have to see it once and then forget that it exists. So, armor, athletics, blade, block, heavy armor, acrobatics, security. I really wasn't sure, so I just threw athletics and acrobatics in there just so that running and stuff with heavy armor will be a little bit easier. Like, I really don't have... It's really only armor, athletics, or armor, blade, block, and heavy armor that I really needed. The rest are just kind of like whatever's in there. And yeah, that's the character. 25 security, 25 acrobatics, 40 heavy armor, 40 block. Should be pretty good.
I'm going to run the risk. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there. Go ahead.
Oh, and we're just doing a Imperial Legion veteran background. And I think I'm going to start an anvil this time. No diseases. All right.
So yeah, I'm going to run the risk of running the stream on my computer so I can actually read chat. It's kind of awkward just like holding my phone the whole time. And I just dropped the video quality to like, what is this, 240p? Because my Discord's kind of fickle. And it likes to start cutting out for stupid reasons. Like sometimes everyone in the house is using something and it's fine. Sometimes no one's using anything and it's not.
Oh, nice.
But
why is that? Do you guys have like limited internet Or is it your router?
I think it's just where my room's located. Our router's upstairs, like across the house, and I am on the other end downstairs.
Oh.
Um,
Do you
we
not...
did here. Yeah, here in the last few months, we did get faster internet though. It's just it
Okay.
still sometimes likes to cut out.
Do you not have, like, hardwired to your computer or something like that?
No, because that would require probably about 30 feet of Ethernet cable just to get it across the house. And I've done that at one point in my life, and it's just not fun. You just got wires hanging everywhere.
Yeah, so we have a basement in my house, so I just run it through like the underneath the floor because the modem's in my brother's room, but the router and everything else is in my room, so I got to run a wire under the. Actually, we had to run 2 wires. Yeah, that's right. We had to run 2 wires.
That's better.
But
I know that my mom suggested at one point like running a just like giving us an Ethernet outlet that connects to my room. But I'm like, I'm going to be moving out in like a year, so there's no point.
Well, it's a good investment for the future. You guys want to sell the house?
Yeah, that's true.
All right. So, actually, I done goofed because I wanted to do the arena immediately. So, let's see. What are we going to do? I think... How much money do I have, actually?
Hi there.
I should also mention now, I know next to nothing about, like, Oblivion. The only Elder Scrolls games I've played are Skyrim, Daggerfall, and a little bit of Morrowind.
Oh man, we're gonna have to get you doing videos on those games then. That's a good position to be in though. See, that's why I'm holding off on my Morrowind video, because I've never played Morrowind, and in this day and age, being able to like have all the experience that I have with Oblivion and Skyrim, and then being like, hey guys, it's the 20-year anniversary of Morrowind this year, and I have been playing these games for, you know, like 15 years or so, or however long I've been playing it. This is my first time playing Oblivion. Or not Oblivion, Morrowind.
Yeah, so you can do your Morrowind 24.5 years later video.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is the thing. I was going to do a Morrowind video after Daggerfall, but then I watched Patrician's video. And my standard, at least as of then, I'm not sure how I feel about it today, was I would have to meet his quality or exceed it, because I cannot knowingly do worse than somebody else did. Or even if not so much doing worse, but I cannot knowingly put in less effort than somebody else. This is why I'm never going to do any videos on the Witcher series, because one, I think Joseph Anderson has proven that is a nightmare project. Don't try it. But also because I would have to meet his quality or exceed it, and the only way to do that is to just talk about more. And yeah, I mean, I've been hung up on a video over the entire Gothic franchise since November. I'm still recording gameplay for it, so that is not in the charts anytime soon.
Well, it's difficult.
I haven't done it
when you're working like a full-time job and everything like that.
Oh yeah. I haven't put in. I mean, it hasn't been like every single day recording gameplay. I took most of December off. I got sick literally on New Year's Day, so I couldn't do anything for a week. And then I took most of this month off to work on the Titanfall videos. So
yeah.
They had the bright idea in Gothic 2 of making each faction have slightly more information about the overarching plot, so you have to do 3 full playthroughs. But Gothic 2 is also the expansion edition you can get on Steam is not fun without a serious amount of meta knowledge of the game. So yeah, I played the classic version without the expansion because they rebalanced everything when they released the DLC, and it's definitely easier, but I wouldn't call it enjoyable. But then again, I mean, I've done it. That was the 3rd time playing the game. I was kind of sick of it by that point.
So, is it like would you have been able to just play through like once or maybe twice and just pull in videos off of YouTube or something like that? Or is it just so dramatically different that you really do have to do the 3 playthroughs?
I probably could have just pulled in videos from YouTube, but Gothic being what it is, I would have to resort to Let's Plays. And how many English Let's Plays are there of this game? Because this is a very firmly like German region, German Polish region like popular game.
Yeah.
And you can't even so you can't even look at the wiki, because the English wiki only has a couple thousand pages, but the Polish wiki has a couple 10,000 pages.
Move on.
So it's like there's very little information on it because it's not popular in Western cultures. I mean, it's a cult classic here, but it's not as popular as it is in Europe. So there are less wiki pages overall in English. It's just really hard to find information for it online, which is why I opted to play it 3 times. And also why I've opted to replay the first game 2 more times, but it's also half the length, so it wouldn't be as bad. But it is slowly turned into a nightmare project that every time I do a new playthrough, the month that this video gets released gets pushed back. So at first I was like, yeah, I can have this done in December, and then December rolled around. Okay, I can have it done by February, and now I'm like, okay, it can be done by April.
Yeah, that's how a lot of my Mass Effect videos were going.
That's also why I took time off to do Titanfall 2, because I just had to get away from RPGs for a minute and go shoot something.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to do Valheim, because I didn't want to immediately jump into like Skyrim, because I'm still burnt out on RPGs after doing Mass Effect.
Yeah, I would definitely switch it up and do some action games or something. I think once I'm done with Gothic, I'm gonna do some Devil May Cry clones. Like, somebody recommended Dante's Inferno to me just offhandedly, and I normally don't take recommendations because I think I mentioned this in my like 2021 Q&A. I need to have the ability to just drop a project on the whim when I feel like it's not good. So if I like take polls or take recommendations and people are expecting a video out, it's gonna suck.
Yeah.
Because not only is it something I don't want to do, it's something that I can't really improve the quality of, type thing.
Yeah, that's why I try to avoid announcing projects at this point. I learned that lesson pretty early on. That announcing shit like way in advance is unless like I know like the Skyrim video I knew I was gonna do, but there's stuff that I kind of wanted to do. Like I was thinking about maybe doing Bannerlord soon, but now I'm thinking maybe I'll do something else instead. So I just like that's why I've said, oh, I want to do like a channel update video or something like that, and I just never get around to doing it, because by the time I sit down to start writing something for like a channel update video, everything's pretty much changed. And it's like, all right, so what happens when I release a channel update video and I don't want to do like half these projects?
Yeah, that's also why I use community posts, and
yeah, the problem with community posts is that like people just don't see it half the time.
Oh yeah, because I forgot about that. Honestly, I forgot it's got that thing. If you don't click that bell, you don't get community posts for some reason.
Well, it's also like on like desktop. If you're like me, I default on desktop. Like my shortcut goes straight to my subscriptions, so I'll never see community posts in there. You'll see it on mobile in the sub box, but on desktop you won't.
Were you not? I'm so rarely on desktop. I actually don't know that.
Oh yeah.
Subscriptions. Crap! I just clicked off the stream. I suck at this. Oh, you don't. Interesting.
Yeah. So.
How many people actually use desktop over mobile though? Like specifically in our niche. How many people do it, I wonder?
I mean, that's a good question. I imagine a lot of people who won't want to use ad blockers will.
Yeah, I'm like the only person who doesn't use ad block. Like ever.
What is a community
I don't.
post? YouTube doesn't inform me of anything. Yeah, so community posts are basically YouTube's solution to or answer to Twitter. That's like the best way I can describe it.
That's fair. It's kind of how it sounds. Like add an image and talk about it briefly. Except something else. Okay, this also really frustrates me. You can tell that it's a half-assed feature. It's really useful. Don't get me wrong, and I like it. But you can tell it's half-assed because even in your channel dashboard for like your what's it called? The YouTube Studio. If you go to content, you can see the posts in on your desktop, but it doesn't show up in mobile. So if you get a comment on your community post on mobile, you basically have to respond to it in the YouTube app itself. I think you might be able to, yeah. So on the YouTube Studio app, you have like a little ticker or counter, I should say, for notifications. And if you get a comment on a community post, I'm pretty sure you can respond to that comment by clicking on it from the notifications. But if it's not there, because when you go to content on the app, your posts aren't there. You have videos, live, and shorts. That's it. So you have to actually open the YouTube app and then go to your channel and scroll over to your community tab and then respond to the comment. And it seems like pretty basic support that we should have now.
And
it's literally just add a tab into YouTube Studio. That's what it's there for.
Well, it's also like community posts have existed for, I want to say like 2 years at this point, maybe longer. So they integrated shorts very quickly.
Yeah, and shorts are just their response to TikTok.
Yeah,
honestly, it's so weird. Like Instagram is adding features to make videos. They got
stories
longer
now too, which are something else. I don't know.
Yeah, they're just.
And then they take away the dislikes.
None of those features are good. Like personally, I don't like the shorts feature because it's kind of like if you've dealt with Instagram TV, it's kind of like that to me. It's basically in its own kind of, I don't want to say subcategory, but I can't think of the word I'm thinking of. I follow a lot of like musicians and like guitar cover channels and stuff on Instagram, so I always want to see the videos they put up for new songs they released, but after like 10 seconds, Instagram's like, are you still watching? You can click on this Instagram TV logo if you want to keep watching. It's like, no, I want to watch it and then scroll down. That's like what I'm here for.
So what, they're trying to force you to go into a different app or something like that?
It's not a different app, but it basically, as opposed to just being able to watch the video and scroll down to the next one, it opens its own window.
Oh, okay.
And that's the word I was looking for, is that YouTube Shorts are kind of in their own, like, window format. Like, the only difference between a YouTube Short and a 6-second video on YouTube is kind of the formatting.
Yeah, well, it has to be, like, a vertical video and everything like that, so...
Yeah, it's weird, but...
I can't believe
YouTube Stories and Shorts are garbage. I agree.
Yeah.
They're bad.
But they're SEO gold, so it's like if you can make a few of them that do well on your channel and just like have that bring people over to like other content that you're making, that would be great. But for stuff like video games and everything, all the games I play are in 16:9, so I can't exactly make it fit a vertical orientation.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think anyone who's watching YouTube Shorts is interested in my content.
I actually watch a lot of YouTube Shorts, and when I'm in the bathroom, I just start death scrolling through Shorts.
I think that's probably why my YouTube feed has so many like sub 1 minute videos in there.
Yeah. Oh,
'Cause
they
they're just
push
like
they
my
push them hard too. The algorithm's like primed and ready for it. I'll hit one with like a, it's just like, oh, this looks like a funny looking cat video. I'll hit it, and then it's just like 30 more ones following it.
Do you not remove it from your watch history every time you're done?
Nah, fuck that.
I do that every time. That's how I keep it clean.
I want to see what the algorithm's thinking.
I don't think the algorithm is thinking. I think that's the problem. But
I can tell you that like YouTube corporate definitely does not understand how their algorithm behaves any longer. It definitely it is like Skynet.
I'm gonna have to look that up. That's something I've heard of, but I know nothing about. One second.
Man, this is now I'm remembering why I don't do sword and boards. Oh god, I'm really not looking forward to my melee character in Skyrim.
Okay, gotcha. That's a Terminator reference. We are on the same page now. I know like the weirdest pop culture references, and then there's things like that I should know that I just don't.
I've never actually watched the movies. I just know what the reference is. I don't watch movies or TV. I don't know how people have it, especially like other like YouTube analysis people. I don't know where they get the time to actually watch all this stuff. Like I'll watch a strategy video and he'll have like 60 million references to like different movies and shows and all this stuff, and it's like, dude, where do you get the time?
Well, some of those people don't spend 16 hours a day in their room slaving over a video either. I'm the same way. I don't watch any. I mean, I'll watch TV on occasion, like parents have it on. I'm kind of. I mean, I would sooner watch like a Science Channel documentary than I would actually watch a movie.
Yeah.
So that's kind of just where my like Smithsonian stuff. That's kind of where my interests are at. But that also explains why I'm able to watch movie length videos about games.
Yeah, like it's really sad, but if I want to be entertained, I want to watch something that's going to entertain me, it's almost always just going to be straight to YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. Except I run into the problem where I'm a bit picky about what analysis channels I watch.
I don't even watch analysis stuff for entertainment anymore. At this point, it's purely work.
Does the audio suck? I mean, I'm looking at it in OBS, and we are on like the same level of audio volume. So if the audio sucks, you need to let me know. I can fix it.
Is it quiet? It could be on my end. Is it quiet, or is it just bad quality?
You know what? We're about to find out. Let me get my headphones. I can't look at it in the, I have it pulled up on the computer, but I can't unmute it, otherwise it'll cause a feedback loop.
Bad quality. I mean...
Bad quality.
Wonder if it's... Because it sounds alright on my end. What I might be doing is...
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go out on a limb. Because, I mean, the second I open it, it sounds good. I mean... Is it clipping?
Maybe it's a little bit. Not clipping. It does sound a little bit robot-y, but that could also just be Discord because we're using
I think that might be Discord. I might have to close the stream.
Minimizing Oblivion doesn't crash it? Oh, it does. We're probably about to crash. Alright, just yeah, keep me informed on how it sounds. We spent literally 40 minutes before the stream started trying to get the audio right, so...
Yeah, it very much could be. Let me turn down the gain. Actually, no. Let me just turn it down on... Well, shit, I have to turn it down on... Here, 1 second.
Yeah,
Robotic voice a while ago. Yeah, that's definite. Let me...
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, that's Discord. I'm sorry, guys.
Gotta get, like, TeamSpeak or something like that. Yeah, I don't see, because last stream we were using Patrician's high quality voice channel specifically for this reason. God.
Yeah, give me 1 second, because I did say my parents are streaming YouTube in the room over, so I can ask them to turn it off.
Yeah, this character's pretty fucking easy already. Oh, except for this. This lady's stun locking me.
Alright, let me take everything connected to the internet except for... Okay, so that's not the problem then.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to...
I would say just leave
Even
it. It's fine.
Yeah, if it starts acting up again, just let me know.
There's
I'll see what I can do.
there's only so much that can be done.
That is why I
Didn't stand a chance.
Oh man.
said that turning on the stream on my computer might
One more
cause
man
issues
and you
there.
advance again.
And, you know, sometimes I think it's Discord itself that's doing it.
Yeah.
Because there are times where Discord will be acting up when, like, I have no other internet issues. And that might be why.
Invest in
But-
some speed. Will do. That's why I got athletics and acrobatics.
Your next
Turn off your antivirus for better performance. Does that work? Because, I mean...
Turning off antivirus. Do you even have an antivirus?
I mean, Windows comes with one by default.
Yeah.
I don't go to like a lot of places that'll cause me to get a virus.
I was installing some
So,
stuff
I mean-
yesterday that was making me a little bit nervous. When you get to like one of those websites where there's 6 different download buttons, and the one that you want isn't actually a button, it's just like a link at the bottom, that's when you know, what the fuck? He put his...
I was joking, please don't. Okay, I figured that you were. I couldn't be sure. Because I was like, that sounds like a epic prank moment.
So this is interesting. With one of the mods that I have, NPCs will switch to whatever they're most proficient in, and this dude's obviously a lot more proficient in hand-to-hand than he is... Oh god. He's fucking kicking my ass. He's a lot more proficient in hand-to-hand than he is with his battle axe. So he came out swinging with the battle axe and then just dropped it and is now just slapping me around. It's alright. Gonna let him do the paralyzing palm. I don't even have any healing potions, so this is Alright, we're gonna... Oh, alright.
It should be fine now. I kind of just shut everything off there, but anyways, if it does start acting up, though, I mean, I know I can't do a lot, but I think if we end up doing this again, I'll try to find something else we can use, because...
Yeah, we
Discord
really might
is
actually have to get like a
pretty fickle.
TeamSpeak or something.
I mean, TeamSpeak is free, isn't it? I'm not gonna...
Is it
I'm not gonna
TeamSpeak?
check
No,
because-
Ventrilo. That's the thing that I'm thinking of. Ventrilo.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that is, but...
It's from way back in the day. Alright, I need some like healing potions or something.
I mean, is it because I don't pay for Nitro? Is that why they're throttling me? Because
You know-
legitimately, everything else will be working fine, and
Might
it's.
be.
I don't want to go on about this for too long, but it does. This is not the first time this has happened, and it happens to my friends too. Like we were all playing a game, and game chat was perfectly fine. Discord was lagging super bad though.
See, for me,
And, like-
Nitro's a business expense, so
look at my wares?
Yeah, I
just
cannot
pay the toll. It's fucking expensive, dude. Was it like $90
I cannot
for the year?
justify. Yeah, I cannot justify paying for Nitro when I literally only use Discord to shitpost and randomly talk to people here and there. So it's like, I have workarounds for your 8 megabyte upload limit. I literally anytime I want to share a video, I take it off the recording, I upload it to Google Drive, download it onto my phone, use QtCut to export it in a lower quality because it's just quicker that way, and then upload it to Discord from my phone. It works every time. The quality is ass, but I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be like full 1080 either.
Yeah.
Take care.
So I'm not paying your Discord tax.
Yeah, I'm just a consumer. I just paid the toll.
It's I feel the same way with PlayStation Plus. Like I had to buy a month of PlayStation Plus to do that Titanfall 2 stuff, and I was like, I really don't want to do this. I don't want to give them any more of my money.
Oh man, I haven't paid for Xbox Live in so long, and it feels great.
Yeah, I know. You can actually like play games online without having to.
I remember
like pay the toll
there
for it.
was a rumor a while back that they were going to make it free, and then they actually turned around and raised the price of it. They're like, no.
Oh, so they're raising Xbox Live and they're tacking on Game Pass.
Yeah.
As another service. So.
I think you got to pay for it separate. I don't even know how the pricing scheme works anymore because it's like, I just don't use it.
That Raymond.
All right.
The only reason I'd get Nitro is for the emotes. See,
Yeah.
I mean, that's something else. Like, I don't use a ton of them. I literally have one in my server. It's a shrimp emote, and I'm like the only person. I'm not sure if this is a Discord or a Nitro feature, but I'm like the, I have it selected to where you can use it in other servers. I'm not sure if, again, you have to have Nitro to do it. You probably do, but I like to think that that's a workaround.
I fucked up. I was jumping around too much. Now I have no stamina. Oh shit, I didn't save in a while either. Now I gotta fight the Wood Elves to get her the High Elves.
I'm gonna have to treat this like a radio show because I can't see it, but
alright, so let's bust out some topics.
okay, I was just thinking the same thing.
So, let's start with the Titanfall 2 video. My
Alright,
first question,
just-
because we were just talking about
Yes.
bad internet connections and stuff, what is the deal with the DDoSing attacks going on with, like, Apex and all that shit?
From what I've seen, these have been going on for a few years. I
Few
think the first
years?
Time, yeah, it's like they think it's a disgruntled former Respawn employee who has like a vendetta against the company, who's just mass DDoSing their servers. Anytime they have an announcement, they start DDoSing the servers. It's either that or just like some hacker who either way they really don't like
somebody who just really has it out for them.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, from what I've read, there have been at least one person like sent them a how to patch your fucking server basically letter where they gave them like it was some coding talk that I don't understand, but they're basically showing them if you implement these added security features, they won't be able to DDoS the servers. And this was back in 2020,
So
I want to say.
Yeah, so I'm guessing they're using some kind of like exploit or something like that within the server code to DDoS it. I guess they're not just using like a giant botnet then. Oh crap, my sword broke.
Yeah, it's gotta be. And they said, no spoilers, please. I haven't watched it. Regarding the video, I can do my best not to spoil it for you. I won't bring up
Well, my questions are very generalized, so.
Yeah, I won't bring up anything like super specific. There's a reason I delayed showing footage of that one level, I'll say, the popular one, for as long as I could.
So.
Because I didn't want to spoil it.
So they're DDoSing. So they're DDoSing Titanfall to the point that they had to delist the game. Like, I remember seeing that recently.
Yeah, and I'm glad I looked into that. I thought they delisted it because they were abandoning Titanfall altogether. Until I looked into the DDoS things, I was like, okay, that's why. Because games journalist articles, which I'm sorry, I just got caught up because I called it a games journalist article instead of a news article, and that kind of speaks to how I feel about it. They didn't. Only some of them mentioned that they're being delisted because of the attacks. Other ones are just like, oh, they're pulling it from the shelves.
Yeah.
And I'm sure somewhere in there it brought it up, but I kind of was just skimming through headlines. I wasn't really gonna read it.
Do you know how well Titanfall 2 sold? Like, was it considered a commercial success for
I can actually look this one up, and it shouldn't screw with my voice too much.
Yeah, EA is usually one of those companies that will come out and say, like, oh, the game did well enough, or the game didn't do well enough.
I know it didn't meet their expectations, but what does that even mean these days?
Oh no. I mean that means it's gonna be Apex Legends for the next while.
Yeah, but it's their own fault. I mean, it's not like proven, but it's basically a fact. They sandwiched the release between Call of Duty Infinite Warfare and Battlefield 1. They released Titanfall 2 in between.
I'm trying to remember.
And Titanfall 2, Titanfall was an Xbox exclusive. Like, Titanfall was an Xbox exclusive, so not a lot of people on the other platforms would have been interested enough to try Titanfall 2.
Right.
But they may have tried it if they did, like, a spring release, as opposed to a fall release. I'm trying to see what the... I'm blind and I can barely read this. I'm trying to see if they actually gave a sales number.
So they released Battlefield 1 and Titanfall 2?
Yeah,
God.
like within a month of each other.
Oh.
And Battlefield 1 was like the most hyped game of 2016.
Well, they also probably threw a lot more marketing dollars behind it and stuff too.
Yeah, and even the Wikipedia article says, however, financial analysts predicted the game's sales would be substantially disappointing due to EA's decision to release the game in late October in a period between the launch of EA's own Battlefield 1 and Activision's Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. Despite that, EA expressed no concern about the release window, as they felt the player base of Battlefield 1 and Titanfall 2 would not overlap.
Yeah, it's a big assumption there. Also, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe not. Maybe they won't overlap, but wouldn't you want to encourage them to overlap more? You're basically guaranteeing that that's not going to happen. People are going to pick one or the other.
And not just that, it's like, okay, so the player bases you don't think they're going to overlap. But now I'm trying to find the right way to word this, because their logic sort of makes sense, but it also gets to a point where it's like, what about the people who want to have to choose between Titanfall 2 and Battlefield 1?
Yeah. And the
because
thing to keep in mind too, it's not like picking up Elden Ring. Like, Elden Ring it's a single player game, so you don't have to really worry. But when it comes to a multiplayer game, those first few weeks are usually, if the game's like technically sound, those are usually some of the best weeks. Like that's when you're getting in the ground floor of the game. So there are a lot of multiplayer games where it's like, if you miss the boat coming in the first month, you're gonna be behind. So
yeah, exactly.
Dude, this fucking cat is kicking my ass right now.
Tell Salty I said he's trash. He'll understand what it means. Also, hi to you and your viewers that don't know me. Thanks, Alex. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's really frustrating because
Because
Titanfall 2 legitimately is a good game.
yeah.
Something that they pointed out that I didn't mention in the video, slight spoilers, I think it was All Black who said that they didn't want them. I did not know that the weapons were hit scan until someone pointed it out in the comments.
Oh my god.
I just didn't pick up on it, basically. Because they look, I mean, snipers and stuff are projectile, but the rest of the weapons are hit scan. But they didn't look hit scan to me whenever I was doing it. I thought that they were just like, wow, these tracers are really well simulated. No, that they were just there for show, that's why.
There we go.
So people had issues with Titanfall 2's time to kill, which is very quick, I will say that. But I was also doing
was it
really
faster
good.
than Titanfall 1's?
I never played Titanfall 1, so I can't
Okay.
say.
Because I remember Titanfall 1's being fast, but not
Okay.
like terrible. If they made it quicker though, that would kind of. But the thing is like, because then you also have combat in the Titans where your time to kill is a lot slower. So
You made it to blood.
Yeah, I guess for Titan against Titan battle it would be, but it's way quicker for Titan against Pilot.
Titan against Pilot, it's you're fucked basically.
But I mean, Titans. I mean, I only played one multiplayer match all the way through, so I can't really say I got a really good, well-rounded view of it. I didn't feel like avoiding Titans was that difficult. I died to them a couple times, but for the most part, they were too busy like getting clapped by other Titans to really notice me.
Yeah.
So I would just kind of run up and do some sneak attacks here and there. But I didn't think that the multiplayer was that bad. But apparently there were some criticisms there that other people had that I kind of didn't have enough time to pick up on.
Well, I mean, how are you gonna pick up on them when the server's getting DDoSed?
Yeah, exactly. It is also something I didn't mention. There were a couple things that I meant to bring up, but I just couldn't squeeze it in. Leaving a match has a penalty.
Oh,
if you
really?
leave early. Yeah, you get like the early forfeit penalty or something like that. So
They're pulling a Master Chief Collection there.
yeah, and that has a problem whenever the servers get frozen and the only thing you can do is leave.
Yep.
And it's just blatant unconsideration for the freaking problems that you're having. I don't know, you feel like they would have like I want to say they would have like removed it, but
It sounds like
they're clearly
they just moved on. They were like, "Oh shit, we actually have a commercial success now. Let's just focus on Apex."
ah man, I really don't like Apex. I'm sick to death of battle royales. I said that in the video.
That's why I've never gotten into it, is because it's a battle royale. So
The last battle royale I got into was Realm Royale, and it was unbalanced as hell, but it was really fun. And then Hi-Rez is like, hey, we want to make Rogue Company, so they literally put like 1 or 2 people on Realm Royale and said fix the game and left.
nice.
Is my understanding. And then it eventually it did get abandoned, but
All right.
it's unfortunate. It was a good game.
I really should have the list of questions that I wrote down open, but I'm just gonna go off of
Respawn
memory
also
here.
made Jedi Fallen Order. That's true. They did make Jedi Fallen Order. I didn't play it because reasons, I guess. I don't know why. I didn't pick it up. I think I saw a review trashing it, and I was like, yeah, I'll save my money. But even though it's apparently pretty good. But okay, so with Jedi Fallen Order, half the people I've listened to said that it is a mix up. It's a remix of a lot of mechanics from other games, so it doesn't feel original. And then the other half of the people are like, it's the best game in the world. So the only way to know is to play it myself.
Yeah.
But with games being $60 each at release, it's not worth the coin toss whether or not I'm gonna like it.
Are you into Star Wars?
I am. I don't know any of the extended universe stuff. I did grow up with the franchise, so I hold it pretty dear. I do need to play the KOTOR games eventually.
Yeah, so I'm just a complete I have no attachment whatsoever to the franchise. I've only watched like the original first two. Was that episode 3 and 4? That's literally that's the extent of my interaction.
Okay, so you
And I played Battlefront 1 and 2
Okay,
the
so
originals
Battlefront
on
1 and 2,
PS2.
1?
on PS2.
Okay. Because now we have Battlefront 1, 2, and
Yeah,
Battlefront
yeah.
2, 2. Because everything has to be complicated.
Oh yeah.
And I think, yeah, the thing with Star Wars is that it's iconic, but the writing isn't really any. This might be a hot take. I don't think the writing's anything special.
Yeah. I don't think that's a
'Cause-
hot take. I think that's basically what everyone understands it as. It's one of those franchises where it's like Harry Potter. If you got into it at the right time, at the right age, with the right, films or games or whatever, you're gonna fucking love the thing to death. If you didn't get that introduction, you're just never really gonna care about it. And that's kind of where I'm at with a lot of franchises, because like I said, I don't really watch much shit, so
You got to play KOTOR. So here's the funny thing. I've never played KOTOR, but I have played Star Wars: The Old Republic, the MMO. So I have some general knowledge. I do need to go back and play them though, along with some of BioWare's.
how much of
older
that
games.
MMO did you play?
Depends on. I mean, I got into it when I was still. It was 2012 time frame, so I don't know how old I would have been then. Young, but I got into it and I never finished any of the main stories. And then I went back a couple years ago and I finished 3 of the campaigns. There's 8 stories for each, 1 story per class, basically. The Jedi Knight story is, well, they all differ in quality because they're chaptered. So chapter 1 takes you to the mid game. Chapter 2 is pretty short, and Chapter 3 finishes it off. But they're not directly related to each other all the time. So the Jedi Knight story is very boring. It's just a very cut and dry, like bog standard Star Wars story of you're a Jedi Knight doing Jedi Knight things.
All right.
The Sith Inquisitor is pretty competent, like a lot of fun. I really enjoy that one. And Imperial Agent is also really good, although it does kind of go off the rails near the end. And it has the problem of it being an MMO. Every story has to take you to the same planets. You know, you have your level bracketed planets. You have to go to Coruscant until... You have to be on the starter planet until level 10. You have to go to Coruscant until level 16. You have to go to Terrace afterwards. So each story is kind of restricted by the fact that they all have to have an excuse to put you on those planets.
Yeah.
So and the side quests, of course, don't change.
How do they?
So it starts.
How do they work around like having other players and stuff like that? Does it?
There are specific story sequences that are single player. You can bring another player with you, but it is your story sequence.
Okay.
Basically, the second you step in there, no one else is in there with you.
It's kind of like
Just you and
Fallout
your companion.
76 then. That's what I'm thinking.
I haven't played Fallout 76, so I'm not
You're
sure.
not missing out on
It
much.
is. Yeah, I own it. I just haven't played it. I bought it on sale for like $6 or something like that.
So I got it for free with one of my Xboxes, and even then I still couldn't be bothered to play it for a while.
Yeah, that's how you know it's a bad game. You didn't pay anything for it, and you're like, I don't want the time investment.
Yeah, I saw the launch of it, and I was like, all right, I'm just not going to play that then.
But yeah, the Old Republic stories, they're not the worst, but they are very. It's BioWare meets an MMO, so it gets the worst aspects of both in some areas. Of course, it's binary morality, light side, dark side.
Yeah.
But
in Star Wars, that works very well. So.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just no room for shades of gray, unfortunately. And you also get, I mean, even with Mass Effect, like you still get more reactivity. Like there's a section in the Imperial Agent questline where like one of your companions gets detained by like the Sith, just straight up like hey, we're taking her. And you have the choice of just, like, fighting back or letting them take her. And, of course, she's... You know, now that I think about it, was she voiced by the same girl who did Jack? They may have been the same voice actress.
Oh, really?
That's not relevant, though. I'd have to look it up. But I basically said you can have her. Because I did not like her character. She's a bit of a wild card. So she's basically the Jack of the story if Jack was still in touch with her past and was still doing fucked up shit.
Oh, okay.
So that's how I would describe her. I let him have her. My character walked up to her, looked in her face, and said, "Sorry, it's out of my control," and just let them take her. And she like threatens to kill you, and then of course, since she's a companion, she has to come back later. And it was like she talks about how she busted out and got free. She's not mad at you at all.
Okay.
And
I guess she just
this is like
she just had a moment where a moment of clairvoyance where she's just like, you know what, I'm not angry.
yeah, it's so weird because it's at the very end of the quest line, which has its wacky moments, but is otherwise really solid. And the ending of the quest line itself is really good. I can't really spoil it for anyone who hasn't played it because you really do have to experience it, but it's pretty good. And it was so weird how she's just like, yeah, we broke out and we killed all these people and we're here. And I'm like, why are you here? One, why are you back? I let them take you because I don't want you here. And it's got that Bioware problem of I can oppose you at every front, but we can't ever take it further than that. Or even the Fallout 4, like Preston Garvey. There's some things I won't forgive. By the way, I'm willing to come with you and raid other settlements. So it was really... It's just like seared into my brain. I was so confused. I was like, why? Shouldn't you be like, you know what, screw you. I'm like, you're going to try and murder me. And I think in one of the expansions, you do have the choice to like actually let her die. I haven't played any of the expansions. Hold on. This says personal favorite for the Old Republic is every story goes to was it Kesh? I think it was Kesh for one quest at the same time. Dude, yeah, Kesh is like, I think I'm saying that wrong, but I remember them calling it that. So that's what I'm going to call it. It is like clear filler. Like, I remember what you do on the Jedi Knight story there because you meet one of your companions and he's like really relevant to the plot. Everyone else, I don't remember a thing. You're there for like an hour. It's literally one quest and then you're gone. And it's like a backwater shithole planet. And I don't remember anything else for any of my other playthroughs about it. Like Catch the Clean. Yeah, something like that. It's been a few years. I don't entirely remember it, but yeah, it feels like cut content, but it's too polished to be cut content. So you know it was intentional. You just can't do anything there. So it's just complete filler. I think most levels, most worlds, they do show you the level bracket for like when you're expected to show up, when you're expected to leave, and what level you should be. I think Kesh is like 1 or 2 levels at most, when most levels are 4 to 6. So it's wild.
Is that game is it kind of like Fallout 76 and even worse World of Warcraft, where it's basically just a single player game in an MMO world at this point? Like there is very little interaction between other players and stuff.
Yes. With the exception of the PvP and PvE scenarios, they do have some story-based like PvP and PvE.
Yeah.
Not PvP, but they have story-based PvE. Good lord, I'm confusing myself. Sorry. Story-based PvE missions that are it's like, and they have world bosses, but I don't remember where most of them are at. I only remember the Coruscant world boss because it's like on the way to one of the objectives. Typically people just grind up to level 50 and then go fight the starter world boss like solo. That's the type of single player experience it is. And yeah, so yeah, it's one of those things. Was it? I think it was Patrician in the Indigo stream who said like he was just the only interaction is like getting cold calls for guilds.
Oh yeah.
Guilds. Yeah, that's basically how it is. And I want to say it's slightly better for that game because it does have the Bioware single player, like, sorry, I'm getting messaged on Discord and it's throwing off my train of thought. It does have that single player kind of vibe to it since it is.
Yes, it's made by Bioware, so
Yeah.
at least
Okay, I muted that. That was really distracting.
At least it has that going for it. Like it can at least fall back on that.
Yeah, exactly. And some of the best moments are the single player moments, I think. And of course you have, man, when I say that the Jedi Knight storyline is as stereotypical as it can get, the like canon romance option is voiced by Laura Bailey. That's how stereotypical it gets. So I say that because I said how some of the best content is single player, not for that quest line. Like, the only reason you should be playing a Jedi Knight is if you want to be a tank and be a Jedi. Because the other Jedi, or Sith, because, you know, Jedi and Sith each have their own storylines, and the Sith Juggernaut is better, I think. Was it the Juggernaut or was it the Warrior? One of the two. Fuck, where was I going with that? Anyway, so yeah, that quest line sucks in particular. Everything else, I think everything else is like a step above it. It's like, it feels like they put the least amount of effort into that one. Because it's like, oh, it's a Jedi Knight, you know, you're gonna go be the Jedi who saves the world, or you can just kill random people and your companions won't like it, but they won't leave because this is a Bioware game. I'm all over the place with this discussion. We gotta like find something else to talk about.
Well,
because I'm just having all these things like come back to me at once, and then I just comment on random things. So,
how long has
yeah.
it been since you played it?
Man, I think 2019 is when I played it last.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's
2019 and 2020 are kind of a blur, so it may have been either one. It was the same year I picked up Empyrean, so I think it was 2019.
It's you're talking about blurs. It feels like the last 10 years have just been a blur for me, honestly.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
But
it's a sign that the simulation is crashing.
It's just a sign that I just don't have time to do shit anymore. It's pretty much what it is what it comes down to. And that so
like
many
every waking moment.
See, because I used to base a lot of like a lot of the years and like time passage and stuff around major blockbuster video game releases, and nobody's released anything that I've cared about in I don't know how fucking long. Red Dead 2 maybe is the last big game that I cared about.
I didn't even care about that because I was never a Red Dead fan. I just never got into them.
So like, what is your like preferred sort of games? Because
you know,
you have
you
have an interesting sort of mix of games on your channel, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's kind of in flux. I like RPGs. I used to like the story-driven, like Witcher, Mass Effect RPGs. I'm slowly starting to like the more mechanical side of them, but I still like them to be third person, as opposed to like isometric.
Right.
So
yeah, that isometric, that's a hard thing to break into. What got me kind of into it is Tyranny, which is a game Obsidian made.
Yeah, I heard that on When I Never Knows Best videos. That one actually looks really good.
Yeah, the magic system of that game specifically is just fantastic.
Any system that lets you just abuse magic is always fun.
Yeah, you can mix and match shit and everything. It's pretty awesome. But
I think the original Fallout was easy to get into because I'm already broken into Fallout with New Vegas and I already know quite a bit about that game. So that one wasn't too hard. but anything like Baldur's Gate or anything like that, I would have a really hard time getting into.
Yeah.
Disco Elysium was just a walking simulator for most of the time.
Oh, so
That's kind of a
you did play Disco Elysium.
yeah. Man, when was it? I went on a tangent about that game the other day. Was it in your server?
It might have been.
Yeah, I think it might have been. I don't like that game for a lot of reasons, but it's not worth doing a hit piece on. It's one of those things. It's like you just got to.
That's one of those games.
Popular.
If I'm gonna do a video on it, I need to wait at least another 2 more years. Like there needs to be more coverage on it, because I get the feeling that game's gonna kind of get the Skyrim treatment where like the tides are gonna turn. 'Cause that's usually what happens with something that's like universally lauded, is that eventually it has its day of reckoning where suddenly all the contrarians kind of come out, and then people start taking the contrarians very seriously, and then they start like reanalyzing the game pretty much.
Yeah, the moment people realize that the main plot of that game is a complete mess is the day that I'll feel comfortable actually talking about it.
Well, it's one of those. It's one of those games where it has like a meta sort of narrative, right? It like breaks the fourth wall.
If it does, I didn't pick up on it.
Okay.
It may have. I think it's supposed to. It's one of those things where the biggest argument when I'm like the ending is disappointment. Oh, well, that's just thematic. It's thematically disappointing. It's like, okay, but it still sucks. Like, it's still not. This is something I went into in that tangent, whereas like I have a hard time in most situations emotionally connecting to games. That's not an area I'm able to connect on. I can connect on an intellectual or mechanical side. I cannot really get emotionally engaged in things, with the exception of I'm gonna wait because my voice connection was really bad there.
Yeah.
Damn it, I don't know what's going on there. With the exception of like God of War, because I have followed God of War for a while, and I was already invested in Kratos as a character before 2018 came out. So, whenever that game has its emotional high points, or even I'm pausing again because it's doing its thing. Or even Titanfall 2. You watch the video, so you kind of know what happens.
Yeah.
That one still hits me a little bit, but I can't really figure out why. It just does.
Oh man,
it's just sad. It's just a sad moment.
You just wait until you play like Red Dead 2, and you get to the ending of that.
Assuming I ever play it, I don't think I have the time.
It is like a
Disco Elysium's ending.
It is a 40-hour investment.
Yeah. So this comment says Disco Elysium's ending really ruined the game for me. I agree with that. Not just that. I mean, there are 2 massive red herrings in the story nobody really pays any attention to. And man, I almost feel like I should have published that video, but I just knew I just didn't want to do it. Because it's one of those things, I wrote down everything I dislike about it. I can now delete this file and never think about it again.
You just needed to get it out of your system, pretty much.
And then I turned around and did, it was either before or after I did Kentucky Route Zero. Which, those games are very, like, aesthetic-wise, they're very close. I think the team for Disco Elysium said that Kentucky Route Zero was an inspiration for them.
Oh, really?
That game is also a narrative mess, because it's so busy trying to be artsy that it's forgetting to be a video game. And it's like, if I wanted to just read stuff or like connect with something on an artistic level, I wouldn't be playing a game.
Yeah, I'm under the impression that there's just not many good writers or any good writers in video games. There are competent writers, but if you're going to be doing something that is like, you want me to be impressed with its artistic merit, you got to bring the fucking goods. Like,
Yeah.
I'm going to be holding you to the standards that I hold, like, to the standards of like F. Scott Fitzgerald and stuff like that. Like, I'm going to hold you to real standards. Are you up for that? Because I doubt it.
Yeah, not to mention, a lot of the things with Kentucky Route Zero is that it has one thing to say, and damn it, it's gonna say it as many times as it wants.
How long does that game even?
And then any amount of like exploration into the world or anything outside of this one core theme is going to contradict itself at every turn.
How long does that game even? How long does that game even last?
It was released in chapters, and I think it took me 20 hours to beat it.
Oh my god! So that's the other thing too, is video games they can be a little bit long, and sometimes, a lot of the time, that doesn't really work to the benefit of a story.
Yeah, especially whenever the chapter 5 of the game is running around as a cat talking to people. It sounds really weird when you explain it like that. You literally spend an hour just running around the area as a cat, just waiting for the story to move along. You have no control over the progression of the story. The only thing you can do is run around, interact with some ghosts. Why are there ghosts there? I don't know. I didn't understand the game because it's trying to be a poem. And games are not poems. I'm sorry. Games can be art, but that does not mean that games are specific types of art, in my opinion. Like, a game can have some meta-narrative meaning, or it can have a thematic meaning, but a game is not going to be a poem. Just like a game is not going to be a painting.
See, like, oh god, onto this trap. I used to be one of those people that I used to be one of those people that are like, oh yeah, you know, Bioshock 1 has a pretty good story, blah 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 blah. And like, as I've gone along and stuff, the more I realize just how much I don't like strict narratives in video games anymore. The best sort of stories are the ones where it's a good video game story, so there's a lot of room for player agency and stuff. While, you know, Bioshock's story is literally, oh, there's no such thing as player agency and stuff like that, and it's just like, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Bioshock, and that's another game that I never actually played, but I have seen a lot of videos on it. It's really weird what they were trying to do there. So they were trying to have commentary on how there's no agency in games, but they're doing it while making you play a game where you don't have any agency. So that's the thing that I get caught up on.
Yeah.
Is, if this is what you're criticizing, why did you do it too? And that it's just really weird. And it's one of those things, I don't think they really thought it through. And of course, this is all like based on secondhand information.
It just felt so cynical. Is like the takeaway I got from it. It's just like, we want to tell a story, but we can't tell a story because this is a video game. So we're gonna try and tell a story. That's a game that has very like there just seemed like there was a lot of different ideas that were getting floated around, and nothing really became concrete in the end.
Yeah, that's about the most I can comment on it, since I haven't played it. But it sounds to me, based on, again, secondhand knowledge, it sounds like a We Hate Gamers story.
Almost, yeah.
Kind of like The Last of Us 2 is very much a We Hate Gamers story.
But it's like, it hates gamers on like a almost like a metaphysical level. It's not it's not like a philosophical or like a sociological or political. It's just like, we hate that we can't make the game that we want to make.
Yeah, and I really need to get around to revisiting The Last of Us 2 because I could do a much better job if I made a new video on it, actually explaining why the things are bad instead of just saying it's bad. Um, but it's like it's so weird that they want to tell this revenge story and they want to talk about the negative consequences for revenge, which I think most people these days understand that, you know. No one looks at a revenge plot and says, well, this is going to end well.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm sure
and
there's people out there that, you know, still believe in the eye for an eye sort of thing, but
yeah, it could also just be it's like an oversaturated topic, like so many. I mean, God of War 3 already did this.
well,
like back in
revenge
2013.
stories really play well to video games, especially because it's just like, oh well, what better reason to go around murdering people than for the sake of revenge?
Yeah, but if you're gonna write your story about like a revenge plot and you're gonna have commentary on how revenge is bad for everybody involved, I mean, I'd have to really think about it to like kind of think about what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
I know that sounds
it's difficult to
very,
do on the fly.
very interesting, but yeah, it really is, and this is my first time doing
Yeah.
this, so I'm gonna be saying a lot of wild shit. But the biggest problem is that it's thematically inconsistent. So, similar with Bioshock, it wants to tell a story about how revenge is bad and how you shouldn't be going on this revenge trip, but it's not giving you a choice. And it wants you to feel bad about the things you're doing while also, like, not really giving you... I mean, I realized this when I was doing Metro. Like, Metro Exodus can make you feel bad about murdering people because you have non-lethal options. But The Last of Us 2 doesn't have non-lethal options. The only thing you can do is, you know, just brutally kill these people, but it wants you to feel bad about it. And that kind of just begs the question, why would I want to spend 25 hours feeling guilty? If I wanted to do that, I could just go through all my old conversations with my ex-girlfriend. But it's still something that I need to go revisit, and I need to kind of look at it with the experience I have now. And there would be a pretty big comparison to Metro Exodus, because I feel like that game did everything The Last of Us 2 did, but it did it better. The interactions between the characters, you actually feel like those characters know and care about each other. The whole, like... I can't really get into that because it involves pretty big spoilers for the story. But the whole thing that, like, are you going to be a shoot first, ask questions later person? Or are you going to be a try to handle everything peacefully? And and you have some immediate consequences for those actions, but the ending also shows you some not so what's the word? Some things you didn't really expect. Like, you couldn't really see those consequences coming. And it's really interesting. It's a shame I don't want to get into it because I would spoil it for everybody here, but it's really interesting. And though that's the thing about The Last of Us 2 is it's like, I want to say the consequences are kind of arbitrary. Like, the characters make some intentionally stupid decisions, and I'm not talking about in the prologue with Joel helping Abby. I mean,
Yeah.
I personally don't think it's that bad. Like, it's bad that that's how they forced it to happen, but it's not out of character for them, I feel like. That was kind of a big criticism, was like, oh, well, Joel and Tommy are being, like, way too upfront with this girl. It's like, well, yeah, but, I mean, Tommy's married to, like, the person who runs Jackson, so he would, of course, be more welcoming, and Joel didn't really say anything. So, I mean, that's like a whole other tangent.
Yeah, I didn't really...
What is it, citizen?
I didn't play Last of Us or Last of Us 2, but I did watch quite a few of those videos, so...
Speaking of making the player feel bad, do you think Spec Ops: The Line does a good job at this meta story about violence and whatnot? I was more interested in the story than the moral. I don't know, because I also have not played Spec Ops: The Line.
Yeah, that's a game that's on my list, especially to do a video on.
There's a lot of games that, like, I should have played, but I didn't.
There's a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit to play. Let's just put it that way. And when you're making making videos for it, especially videos that take a month to produce, it definitely slows down the process. I almost feel like I should just take a month off and just marathon through a bunch of games that I've no real intentions of playing or doing videos on, but just to get like the perspective that they would offer me. But then I would have to take a month off of actually producing stuff, so.
Good morning.
I'm reading through some of these Last of Us 2 comments, and I agree with Gaiden. And he put it way better than I did, because again, I have a hard time organizing my thoughts, just stream of consciousness. They basically put the gun in your hand, force you to press the trigger, and then say, "What have you done?" They do that like all the time, and it gets really annoying. And there's also like, it's also really weird with The Last of Us 2. I had this idea years ago. Some of you aren't gonna believe me, but I'm telling the truth, so I don't really care. I had this idea a couple years ago, but like 2018 timeframe, maybe even sooner, where I was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if there was a story where you go through as one protagonist and see it to the climax, and then you switch perspectives and go through as the antagonist's perspective, and then reach the climax and then see how the story ends from there. And it didn't occur to me until I was playing through The Last of Us 2. I was like, holy shit, this idea does not sound, it does not work well at all.
Well, is it?
And I don't think it's a good idea anymore. It kind of sucks.
Well, is it just because of like unsympathetic antagonist?
Yes, exactly.
Like,
I think
I
that's
imagine it could work.
Well.
I imagine it could work.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
even in like use Mass Effect 1 as an example. Saren's not the most sympathetic character, but like once you start to realize, oh, the dude's just indoctrinated, you kind of feel bad for him a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, but
I'm
I
trying
mean,
to think of, like, what is a good game?
like,
What is a good game with like a very sympathetic antagonist?
Let me think.
This is why I say, like, we just don't have like
guess?
many good stories in video games, because a good sympathetic
Technically,
antagonist can
Devil
really
May
do a
Cry
lot.
5. Technically, Devil May Cry 5. You can understand why Virgil is the way he is. But I also, after having played the games, I feel like they kind of stole some plot points from the DMC spinoff. That basically tried to westernize Devil May Cry, which is an idea I can really get behind since I don't like anime. And Devil May Cry is a very anime series. But you can kind of see why Virgil's the way he is and why he's got this like power-hungry bloodlust for everything. It's just because he's got it boils down to he has mommy issues. And but there's a little bit more to that. I'm not going to spoil everything. So I mean, I guess he's sympathetic, but then again, he is trying to like destroy the world. And technically, he's only the antagonist in the last couple hours. It's someone else for most of it. So, I mean, that's the first thing that comes to mind. I can think of some side antagonists that are sympathetic. What was his name? Metro Last Light. Pavel, I think his name is. He's the guy. I don't know if you played the Metro games. He's the guy that you and him break out of like prison with. Essentially, you get captured by some Germans, and I didn't want to say the word. YouTube might flag it. They're not technically German. They're still Russian. But point being, you get kidnapped by them, and then you and I want to say it's Pavel. You and him break out, and then he's like your partner for most of it, and then he betrays you halfway through. Spoilers. And you hunt him down for the rest of the game, but he's only a side villain. He's not the main antagonist, because the main antagonist are the shit, I just covered this last March. Why can't I remember anything? I'm trying to remember it because there's like multiple antagonists. Because there's the there's the communists in general from the Red Line that are trying to assault D6, and then there are the World War II German cosplayers who are also trying to assault D6. So you got like multiple layers of like fuckery going on there. But I would consider him sympathetic because he even says when he betrays you that he thinks of you as a friend, but he is a patriot first and he has to put his country first. Or I guess his faction of the Metro in that case. So whenever it gets down to your time to kill him, you have a choice to kill him or let him live. And see, now I'm reconsidering just how much I'm gonna spoil. Because, like, some things I'm not talking about at all to avoid spoilers, and some other things I'm just, like, spoiling the entire game.
I got it though.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to come up with an example from on my end. I'm drawing a blank here though.
Maybe something from Minecraft Story Mode. I haven't played it, but I imagine there might be something like that.
But,
And see, that's the thing, because you have so many sympathetic villains in, like, movies.
yeah,
Like,
movies even.
Green Goblin comes to mind from the original Spider-Man that was on TV the other day.
Yeah, movies.
He's a pretty sympathetic villain.
Movies and TVs really like they've gotten it down. They understand. The Game of Thrones.
Just feel the right they're killing you. See, they're cute dogs. You just murdered them. The dog murdering in The Last of Us 2 is like, it was such a weird thing.
Go on.
I hate to like revert us back to that topic. I'm sure you must have heard of it at some point, but yeah, there are various points where the dogs that you kill have names.
And no.
Like, I have this clip in my Last of Us video. I suck at the stealth in that game. Like, up front, I am not good at stealth in games. That's why I like the stealth in the Metro games, because it's like, you have to really try to fail. It's basically impossible to fail if you stick to the actual, like, this is how you get through path.
Like Oblivion, then.
Yeah, so I have a bow with an explosive arrow, and I shoot a dog, and its owner like screams its name.
Oh my god!
And then whenever you switch to Abby's perspective later, you pet that dog before it dies. And it's like, here, play catch with this dog. And you actually play catch.
That's a little on the nose.
Exactly, and that's why it's called out so often. It's like, oh, so you obviously want me to feel like a monster.
Yeah,
but it's like, and you can sneak past it if you're good at the game. I'm not, so I kill it every time, because it's like, because I refuse to be emotionally manipulated while also having the company take my money.
Yeah.
Which, in my case, I downloaded the game from my friend's profile, so I didn't really pay for it. And I think I did disclose that up front in the video. I did not pay for this game. But it's really stupid. And then there's another dog you kill later on that's also
I do it twice.
Yeah, it's like also you play fetch with both of the dogs. That's the thing. And the other one's name, I don't remember the other dog's name, but you kill it.
Evidently, it didn't scar you enough then.
No, I remember Bear, the one that I blew up with an explosive arrow. The other one's like even more brutal though, because it really lingers on its death.
Oh,
nice. You stab it to death.
Oh, okay.
You're crawling through a vent, the vent collapses, and the dog jumps you, and then you have to like stab it to death, and it really lingers on this dog bleeding out. Like you can walk off after it's done, but you can like sit around and watch the dog bleed out.
This is really sounding like it's just a lot of like emotion bait.
Yeah, and that's what I'm gonna call him 9. It's IX, basically. That's what he said. The Last of Us 2 was catered to emotionally weak people. Yes. I wholeheartedly agree. Because you know what? I can be brought to tears at the end of Titanfall 2 because they earned it. Because you really do spend a lot of time with that character.
Yeah, you gotta do the legwork if you want to do it well.
It's even worse because there were better ways they could have handled things. Like with Abby specifically, they want Abby to be sympathetic because Joel commits an atrocity at the end of the first Last of Us game. That's undisputed. I have not met a single person who says that Joel did the right thing at the end of the first Last of Us game who isn't looking from the Fireflies are incompetent and should all die lens. And I'm not sure if you've seen Joseph Anderson's video on the Uncharted games and The Last of Us. He does them in one video. It's kind of funny. He makes a comment, and I have a conspiracy theory I'm going to go into in a minute about how like game developers listen to what Joseph Anderson says and he doesn't realize it. Because he called out how it's a borderline plot hole that the Fireflies are as incompetent as they're depicted and how he doesn't think it's intentional. And then the one at the end of the game, since I assume you haven't played the first one either.
No.
If you haven't played the second. At the end of the game, there's a surgeon between you and Ellie. Ellie's on a table they're about to operate on her. Joel wants to stop the operation.
Yeah.
They basically put a gun in his face and say leave, so he kills them all. And this surgeon stands between you and her, and you have to kill him. You either have to shoot him, or if you melee him, you take the scalpel out of his hand and stab him in the throat with it. Joseph Anderson made a comment when talking about how stupid the Fireflies are, and he said, the average IQ of the world goes up with this character's death. And Naughty Dog took that character and made him the cornerstone. They made him Abby's father, and Abby's going on this revenge quest because Joel killed her father, and they prop him up to be just this most outstanding, stellar guy. There was a zebra caught in barbed wire. He saved the zebra.
Okay.
You like zebras, don't you? Well, this guy likes zebras too, and who doesn't like zebras? And he's the person. He's the one and only person who could come up with a cure for the cordyceps virus, basically.
Oh, okay.
And
so him dying
with
is
this
basically
character,
like
with this character's death, the whole world is fucked, basically.
Oh, okay.
And I'm sorry, but it feels like it's in direct response to Joseph Anderson's comments. Like, it's too much of a coincidence. Now, I can understand in his Hollow Knight video, Team Cherry, a small studio, taking what he says, because that video got pretty popular, and expanding on it in the DLC, because he even said, like, every criticism I had has been addressed in the DLC. That's like a small team, so I can understand that, but it's really weird that if Naughty Dog would have seen that video, and there's verifiable proof in the comment section that at least one former Naughty Dog employee who worked on Uncharted and The Last of Us saw that video. At least one. If he's not lying, which I don't think he is.
This is like the power of setting the tone for a conversation, right? So what he's able to do is basically amplify his voice to the effect that he's going to have people going into like Reddit and stuff basically making the same points that he's making, because it's usually how it works. So even if it wasn't in direct response to him, it could have been in direct response to the audience that was then going around saying a lot of the stuff that he was saying. So they were like, okay, this one guy said it, let's see what's going on. And then they see like a bunch of people on Reddit saying it, and they're like, you know what? Fuck these people. We're going to make... This is going to be... Last of Us 2 is going to be our response to these people. So you can...
I would agree with that, but I'm pretty sure that his video came out like well after the game was in development.
What, Last of Us 2?
Yeah, I'm checking now. 5 years ago. So 2017? Wait, what year was this?
Shit. All right. Basically over.
June 20th of 2016 is when he published that video. So, yeah, so I guess enough time could have passed that that would have basically been what happened. But that's my Joseph Anderson conspiracy theory, is that everything he says developers take and then take it to heart. It's really weird though that they did, going back to like why this is just really stupid. They took like the most inconsequential character and then made him like the motivation for the villain. So it feels really cheap in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Well, it's also, see, there's ways to do like retroactively making something important. This doesn't really seem like one of those situations.
Yeah,
where that would be appropriate.
Especially since they I think something else that was fairly, I want to say, offensive to the fans of the first Last of Us game is they really did put Jerry, that was his name. Of course his name is fucking Jerry. They treated his death with the same level of importance as Sarah's death in the beginning of the first, so Joel's daughter, basically.
Right.
They do the same setup, you know. It's like where it's the same sad music that's playing, and then their voices fade out as the music plays. So they treat it on the same level, but the difference is basically that it's like people didn't care about Joel because of Sarah's death. People cared about Joel because you played through the game as him, and it was by the end seeing him kind of not redeem himself, but kind of, let's use that term because I can't think of anything else.
Yeah, he
kind of redeem himself by the end of it.
Turn things around.
Yeah, basically, where, even in kind of a twisted way, where he is still willing to like murder an entire organization to save the person he cares about.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a twisted redemption, but it works. Abby doesn't get any of that. We don't have any reason to really care about her. And it's like, who is this guy that we killed? It's like, oh, that was her father. Okay, so like this guy has gotten a total of 5 minutes of screen time, and we don't have any reason to care about him. On top of that, even when you're playing as Abby, you're still not given a reason to care about her. Like, that would have really been the time to kind of flesh out her character and kind of make her more relatable, but in a lot of ways, it makes you hate her more. Because then you see that she's still, like, not only am I expected to sympathize with you, you're still a piece of shit type thing. Oh no, Jerry died. So, yeah, sorry. Also, the pregnant woman parkour. Characters have 10 IQ combined. Alright, that's my favorite comment so far. For context, there's a girl named Mel? It wasn't Mev. Was it Mev or Mel? One of those two. She's pregnant. Probably like 8 months pregnant, and she goes like not parkouring but like climbing around and walking across like these beams and stuff. And it's like, I understand they were locked in the warehouse, but it's the most irresponsible thing you've ever seen. And yeah, so and it's funny because it's funny that I don't remember her name, because she's actually one of the more human characters as well. Of everybody in Abby's group, there are 2 people who question what they did to Joel and thought they took it too far. It's... Someone correct me. Is it Mev or Mel? I would have to get corrected on that one because I don't want to Google it. It's her and... Motherfucker, what are these characters... Hold on. What are these people's names? I'm like drawing a blank here.
Oh man, this is gonna be an impossible fight here. This is the filter.
Thank you, Google. Every character in The Last of Us 2. Ellie, Joel, and Abby. Yep. That's, according to Google, that's all of them. Wrap it up, guys. That's it. Okay, 1 second. I think it must have been Mel. I'm not confusing her with Lev, but I'm getting the names mixed up. Yes, so Mel and the other guy, Owen. Thank you. Jesus. So Mel and Owen are the two characters who are having regrets about how brutal they treated Joel. Because, you know, I'm sure you've seen at least once, like, the death scene.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like the two people who are like, that was taken way too far. So they're the two people that I appreciate, because not because it's like I agree with you, you did take it too far, but because it's like, this is the type of kind of I'm gonna use the word retrospective you would have about something like that. You know, you kind of, I'm having a hard time finding my words today. You would look back at that and kind of like reevaluate it.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. And none of the other characters do that. Oh my god, Bear gets his own freaking he's on the character list.
Take care.
The
dog is on the
dog is on the list.
Bear is a dog used by the Washington Liberation Front in The Last of Us Part 2. While initially appearing as a minor enemy in Ellie's story, Bear becomes an interactable NPC during Abby Anderson's story. He has his own biography.
Damn.
What's the point of, like, this is the problem with, like, fandom wikis, is that they really do, like, emphasize the dumbest things sometimes. What's the point of giving this dog, like, a physical description and a biography and affiliations? I'm pretty sure the dog does not know he's a member of the WLF.
You too.
This just demolished my train of thought. I cannot believe that. Oh yes, Alice. That's the other dog's name. And you see, the difference is Bear is just, you know, your standard, like, just your standard dog. He doesn't look like anything, like, any particular breed, I mean. He just looks like a dog. Alice is a German Shepherd, and I own German Shepherds.
Oh no.
So it was especially bad having to like be forced to stab this dog to death. I cannot believe that they actually gave it its own freaking. They're on the character sheet.
This is the fandom page.
Yeah, this is the fandom page.
Yeah. You know you're in for a ride when you're going to the fandom page. That's why UESP is better.
Yeah, but there's not a UASP for everything, unfortunately. Couple comments that were tagging me. Another key difference between Sarah and Jerry is that the player didn't have a bad first experience getting to know the character with Sarah. That's true. Jerry's one of those, like, innocent bystander characters, but he's still affiliating with the enemy. You know? It's kind of something like that. So, you're naturally going to dislike Jerry the first time you see him because he is standing between you and Ellie. And what's one more casualty by that point, you know? Whereas Sarah, you kind of it's a different... It just shows they really lacked an understanding of context when making that game, because it's not even comparable, but they made it comparable. And the other one says, she was shown as a good kid who stayed up late to give a birthday gift to her father. Yeah, exactly, that too. Also, another difference, even if it's briefly, you do play as Sarah in the beginning of the game. So she is a playable character. And she's shown to have some story relevance to the protagonist, and I mean, it's literally like it's like apples and oranges, but they try to make it the same thing. There's got to be a term for that.
This mud crab's really chasing me across the fucking world right now, trying to kill me.
I still have the stream paused, trying to not. I'm basically just reading chat. Also, Ellie not killing Abby was a very dumb plot point. That is just like the final fuck you from the devs. Is you getting blue balls at the end of the game, because the character that you have had no control over, who was making decisions that you probably wouldn't have made, that is progressing the plot, then decides of their own accord not to just go through and kill the person you've been chasing. So it really is, I mean, it really is a we hate gamers plotline. It was designed to be controversial so they could like get Game of the Year, and that's it.
I wouldn't be surprised, but at the same time, it's like it's one of those situations where it's like I want to support like you know, the right of the creator to express their own artistic vision, but at the same time, it's like your vision is kind of incongruent and a little bit tone deaf about the medium in which you're operating within. I just don't like those sorts of like the Uncharted games and stuff like that, where it's just we're watching a movie now because of this very specific thing, where it's like my character is doing something that I would absolutely never want to do.
Yeah, exactly. Not to mention, it's like I 100% support like you can do anything. I may not sound like it right now, but I do support you can do anything with your game that you want narratively. But you have to understand
You're gonna get criticized.
you are, at the end of the day, you're still selling a product.
Yeah.
And your product cannot be insulting the person buying it. And in a lot of ways, that's what it feels like.
I really gotta play it, but at the same time, I don't wanna buy it.
Yeah,
because
my issue with it is that
really does sound like there's a lot of people that say the game literally feels like it's antagonistic towards its audience, and that's kind of fucking wild.
Yeah, it really is.
But I can believe it too. Like I can absolutely believe that there are people out there that would make something that just it's trying to just make it criticize its own audience, basically. And
yeah, and that's the thing, is that, sorry, I was reading chat and I lost my train of thought again. Regarding it being antagonistic towards the player. Fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. Okay, I'm gonna have to think on this for a second because it was like really important, but all right, we're gonna have to move on. I'll circle back to it when it comes to me. But
like, it can be done, but you know, if you take shots at your audience, expect them to take shots back. And that was kind of,
I remember what it was.
That was kind of the thing. There's the whole controversy that unfolded afterwards. It's like, if what people are saying is true, yeah, you really should have expected that. And I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't expect it, or if they, like, somebody there must have known. Like, hey guys, people aren't going to be cool with this, just so you know. We watched, that was the intent. We watched the Bioware get like obliterated. I feel like that was one of the first studios that I've seen just get completely hammered by just outrage over something in a game. Like, especially story-wise.
But what I was gonna say that I forgot and then remembered was that they didn't have a reason to be so antagonistic towards their audience. You know, I watched Tetramor's Metal Gear Solid 2 video, and he said how Kojima hated his fans for a reason. You know, they did something something about like a translation with Metal Gear. I haven't seen that video in a while, but point being, he had a reason for like wanting to make Metal Gear Solid 2 a slap in the face to the fans. The Last of Us or Naughty Dog didn't really have a reason for that. Like, people loved The Last of Us. They loved the characters. They praised the writing. It won all these awards, and then they came around. And it's almost got that, like, post The Last Jedi effect, where it's some and I try not to get into movie critiques too much because that's just not my field.
Yeah.
But The Last Jedi was also a slap in the face to Star Wars fans. And they've even, they being like Rian Johnson and Kathleen Kennedy, even came out and said that the goal of the movie was to subvert expectations. And to be as subversive as possible.
I love that term.
Yeah, so they wanted to be as subversive as possible, and in doing so, they kind of undercut the audience. And it left a lot of people feeling unsatisfied. And I don't even remember, I mean, I saw the movie in theaters. I don't even remember anything about it, except for Luke Skywalker drinking milk straight out of an alien's tit. And, and then there was, like, a part where, like, one of the Mary Sue characters, because there's quite a few, decides that she's going to, like, use hyperspace to cut this ship in half, which I have heard isn't possible in the Star Wars universe, but we'll go with it. And then the audio just completely cuts out after they do it. And there was one guy in the audience that just went, damn. And that's the only thing I remember about that movie is those 2 points. And the ending, of course, because the ending was just bad. But
why did the audio cut out? It was just
it was like
theater goof.
Yeah, well, the audio cut out because, like, after she cuts the ship in half, it's just like one of those silence moments.
It was a hard cut.
But in the silence, the guy just said, "Damn." And it was funny. But subvert, surprise, disappoint, Neil. You know, I'd love if that was an actual quote from him. But yeah, it's got that, like, the post The Last Jedi effect, where we're gonna do something that goes against... It's like, I could understand if you were trying to go against the grain by doing something like, we're gonna take mechanics that... Or even, a good example of this is what God of War 2018 did, where single-player games are dead, says Bobby Kotick and Activision and Blizzard and all those people, and then they release a single-player game that is like a massive hit. That is going against the grain. So if Naughty Dog's intention was we're going to go against the grain, just doing the opposite of what your fans expect in a bad way is not the way to do it.
Yeah, you wanna give people something that they didn't know they wanted. That's the best way to subvert expectations. Just go in and be like, hey guys, we know you really wanted this, but why don't you try this?
Okay, so in regards to the Last Jedi thing with the slicing the ship in half, they say it's less that it is impossible and more that it has to be impossible, for otherwise, how do they explain why nobody else has done the quote Holda maneuver? I can agree with that, because I would assume it's because it's a suicide endeavor, but that has never deterred, well, anything I was just thinking would get this video in trouble. That's never stopped people from doing suicide maneuvers in the past. Particularly, what I will say is World War II for Japan, that was, you know, kamikaze has a name for a reason. That was a massive, like, that was a tactic of theirs. So it's not like that stopped anyone before. So because even with the Rebels in the original trilogy and their very idealistic perspective on everything, if they could just destroy the Death Star by just ramming a single ship into it and then just killing one person to stop it, they would have. So I can definitely see that being like it's not explicitly said that it's impossible, but it has to be, because otherwise it would be a widespread tactic.
Oh, like in Mass Effect, using meteors and stuff to just blow up planets and shit. They have to come up with like a lore reason why people aren't doing that.
Yeah, the thing. It's ironic that it happens to the Batarians, because that is totally a tactic that the Batarians would use.
Well, they tried to use it.
It's kind of... I don't know if it's like a common meme that Batarians are just like the bottom of the barrel of the galaxy, or if that's just something I came up with whenever I played Mass Effect 2 so many times. But it's like the Batarians
that...
and the... What are the other ones? The ugly ones.
The Batarians.
It's not very descriptive. Well, yeah, but then there's the uglier ones that look like necromorphs. Sort of. Starts with a V. It's not the Volus, it's the... Man, now I gotta Google that. Mass Effect species. It may not start with a V.
Really ugly ones.
Yeah, they're the ones that look like monsters that are like behind the whole plague on Omega. The Vorcha.
Oh, the Vorcha, yeah.
Batarians and the Vorcha are like the bottom of the barrel for the galaxy. They're the races that like you put sanctions on.
Yeah.
Because they're not quite like Krogan level of we need to sterilize them. They're like, we want to make sure they don't get too economically successful. That way they don't become a problem. That's my headcanon anyways.
Well, the Batarians definitely had something, they had a lot more that they were destined for greater things. But it just didn't really pan out.
Yeah, my understanding, because it's been a while since I've played it, but the Krogan rebellions happened directly because they were running out of like planets to give the Krogans, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like they didn't really ask for it, but they kind of did, because all they had to do was be like, hey man, quit breeding so much and you'll be okay. But even then, I mean, a form of like Krogan birth control would have stopped that whole thing.
Well, that's what the genophage is supposed to be. But then the problem is like...
That's like Planned Parenthood Krogan birth control. We're talking like actual birth control.
It's just part of who they are, though. It's like... It's interesting. That's what I like about the genophage, is that it's morally gray enough. But, like, then the Batarians come around and it's just like, oh, they just like using slave labor and all this shit. And it's just like, oh, these guys kind of suck.
You mean to tell me that doesn't make them based? So Gaiden has a really good point. He said, you're seeking too far. They have, regarding the Star Wars thing, so they have perfect AIs. They don't need to sacrifice anyone, just put a robot on the ship for, like, launching it into the Death Star to destroy it. And that is a... What is the term for a... It's not even a retroactive plot hole. It's a plot hole due to it just not making, like... It's not a plot hole because it's not possible within the universe. It's a plot hole because no one does it. Is there a term for that?
I do not know. It's a plot hole because people just... Oh, like, it would be the most obvious thing to do, but people just don't do it, you mean?
Yeah. Kind of like levitation in the Elder Scrolls.
Oh, okay. All right.
Type thing. Like,
That's still a plot hole.
Yeah, but the plot hole is because people don't do it, as opposed, like, a good example, and I'm gonna have some slight Titanfall 2 spoilers, but I'm not gonna go into too much detail. Time travel. I slightly went into detail about this on my video. I had a much larger tangent. I even had a section where I was going to try and rewrite the concept to try and make more sense, but then I realized that I can't do it much better than they could, so I cut it out. And that's why I kind of cut out the tangent as a whole. I was like, I could make this a bigger deal than it is, but I shouldn't.
Yeah,
time travel Yeah, go ahead.
I'm surprised they went the time travel route in the second installment. Usually you go like three or four installments before they start introducing time travel, but Titanfall 2 like just went straight for that. It's like, oh, okay.
It's definitely meant to be an enigma. It's like, or an anomaly. It's not supposed to happen, but it's possible.
Well,
But the fact that it's possible, and of course the gauntlet you get is a this is extended lore you had to find on the wiki.
does it
It is a
even come
prototype that
up?
they
Like,
stole.
do those points even come up in later missions, or is it just that one mission where they're talking about time travel? Oh my god, I'm catching
No,
every
that's
fucking
that's the
disease.
gimmick. That's the gimmick of the mission.
Yeah, yeah. So it feels like
That's
an Elder Scrolls sort of thing where it's like, oh, there was no lore master in the room for somebody to tell them, no, we don't want to introduce time travel into this. So
yeah,
because like you
that's
said,
a limitation of how the game was made.
yeah, that's basically what I was gonna go into is like how they broke off into small teams and they were just given a lot of autonomy in what they could do.
I don't even think it was teams. I think it was individual like developers doing it. It
Oh,
was like
really?
it sounds like the optimal way to make a linear game to have the levels feel varied is here is a toolkit, go mod your own level. Go
Yeah.
create your own level. We'll put them in a hat, take the best of them and put them in the game. And it's a really cool gimmick. I wish there was more combat in that level. I thought that last time I played through it. It's a really cool gimmick, but it also has those kind of implications that, well, why don't people? And it's not even entirely consistent. The whole like timeline pausing whenever you switch to the other one. It's true, but time still progresses. Otherwise, the level would just be frozen the entire time. So, and an example of this is this doesn't happen in the footage. You are supposed to in the present you're supposed to like see not like it's one of those uninteractable cutscene type things where it's like listen to this person talk and then move on. There's supposed to be an animal that breaks out of like a door that you use to progress and you're supposed to kill it. Well, if you're in the past and you go through the door and then you go to the present, the animal's already in the other room. And the obvious reason for this is that it only that part only triggers when you're in a certain spot. But the lore implication is that yes, time does continue to travel between timelines. So it's only a problem if you're willing to overanalyze it. It's one of those things, and that's why I didn't go into a lot of detail about it. It's like it's not really worth overanalyzing because the answer to these questions is this level was built before the story was written.
Yeah.
So it's like, why make a mountain out of a molehill type thing?
It makes me wonder why they would go that route development-wise if it was, this is the first time we're doing like a story in this universe, so we're just going to kind of let people do what they wish with it, or if it was almost out of like, I don't want to say desperation, but they were kind of just like, let's just throw some shit at the wall and see what sticks, because we're not sure if there's going to be a number 3 here.
Yeah, I think it very well, because there's not a lot of information that I could find. It could have just been like a game director saying this is how we're making it type thing.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how they directed it. It could also be that the whole gameplay is king mantra. You know, they wanted a gameplay first experience, and the best way to do that is to have everybody make their own level, pick the best of them, and put them in the game.
Yeah.
But if that's how they did it, it makes me wonder why isn't the game longer? And for some levels, I don't know. The lack of information is kind of what makes it hard for me to understand. Because there are some levels that are really short, and some levels that aren't.
What was like the total development time for the game? Oh wait, I can fast travel out of here.
That is a good question. Let's find out.
No, I can't fast travel. Fuck. All right, that mod's broken.
Go back to Wikipedia, see if they wrote it down.
I go to Wikipedia.
It's where I find most of the information. I hate having to actually like research stuff. Having to go back to like, because it's the absolute state of games journalism that you can't find any relevant articles to what you type in anymore.
It's really obnoxious.
So
And
production
like,
on
the best information you're gonna find is either a developer came out and like did like their own like interview or something like that, or just like some YouTuber went out there and just found like a whole bunch of shit and put it up there. It's never like, oh, Kotaku did a really good deep dive into the development of Elder Scrolls 5 or something like that. It's never
They did it with
that.
Anthem though. That's the weird thing about
Oh
Kotaku.
yeah, they did.
Is they exposed so much about Anthem and like Mass Effect Andromeda and Dragon Age Inquisition.
Yeah.
But and even some like a lot of like allegations in Square Enix and stuff. I've seen some pretty lengthy articles about that. But they only do it like occasionally, and I think it depends on whether Jason Schreier is willing to like stop crying and do his job that day, or if he's gonna go back to blocking people on Twitter. And I am blocked by him, I'm pretty sure. Fun fact. It does not take much. Say anything about his like quality of work, you're blocked. That was back when I was a little more of a loose cannon on Twitter before I nuked it and started over. To answer the question though, production began in mid 2014 with a 2-year development cycle.
All right, that's probably why then they went with the all right, everybody just go off and do your own thing sort of approach.
Yeah, and it works for the most part. It just has some hiccups here and there, which again, I mean, even with the story, the average gamer, aka EA's main audience, is not going to pick up on things like Captain Cole doesn't really he recognizes you, but he doesn't comment on anything. That's something that only like nerds like us would notice, or people who are just on a higher level of intelligence than I was when I first played the game, because I never noticed that. I didn't even realize it was the same person. I was just like, oh, here's a guy, and because they don't really have any like story relevance.
So what was what was your favorite aspect of the story, like the main campaign of Titanfall 2?
My favorite aspect, it would probably have to be like the movement and gunplay. Just the combination of those two, it's really good.
Yeah.
It's to a point to where I wish there were single player lobbies where I could just fill it with bots and just go crazy on multiplayer. But you can do a private game, so you just can't. I don't think you can fill it with bots. And that's another weird thing that I noticed when getting footage for the video when I was editing it, because I just replayed a lot of levels to get some like better looking footage. They clearly have pilot AI in the game, because you meet the 6-4 in one of the levels, and you like fight alongside other pilots. So that AI is already there, because they're kind of like freeform in the fight when you get into the hangar, but they don't give you the option to put bots in multiplayer, which was kind of weird to me.
I wonder if it could be hardware limitations or something like that.
It could be. It was last gen.
It could be like
like
some sort of pathfinding thing. But yeah, that's the weird thing, because they have like random, like just random dudes that you can shoot in regular multiplayer games. So why not just have? It's probably just
exactly.
like it's an AI thing. They just didn't want to develop like serious AI packages and stuff for the bots.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I know that time constraints aren't always talked about.
Yeah, it's so many different things that could be the cause, but I don't know. I like bots. I like bots.
Yeah,
in games and stuff.
It was really
glad.
cool that...
I'm glad Halo Infinite's bringing them back, because I'm hoping that's going to inspire other developers to try and actually implement them in their games.
If Battlefield 2042 wasn't so busy getting universally shit on, they might get some praise for being able to implement bots in single player lobbies.
Do they have bots in a?
Yeah, you can straight up have solo matches, just you and the bots.
Oh.
It's got some issues, but for the most part, I mean, especially for me, since I could barely run the game when I am so glad I canceled that video. That would have been the most just snobby pretentious video I've ever made in my life,
And
and
the
I'm
and
so
the
glad I
the problem too is like the game is basically dead at this point, so the video would probably not even do very well because everybody's just over it.
Oh yeah. I mean, good lord, Battlefield Friends. I don't know if you've heard of that show before. It's like a little short animated series that was on YouTube, really big back whenever I was like a freshman in high school. I love that series. They went on hiatus. Their gaming channel's still active. They're still on YouTube, but they just stopped animating for a couple years after Battlefield 4, or after Hardline, actually. They just came back, and their first video of Battlefield Friends, not only is it just tried and true fucking hilarious, it is very accurate as to the state of the game. There's a character in that video. They call him the patch guy, and he's just one guy that the main characters are like saying, "Hey, here's a problem with the game. Here's a problem," and he's like, "Yep, that's on the list." He's like, "Yep, I've been working on that," and he says, "I slept in the office for the last week working on that."
Fuck. So I just found one of the shopkeepers from the Imperial City just hanging out in a random dungeon. What the fuck? What are you doing here? Okay.
I can't think of anything witty to say to that. That is really weird. Is that like a mod thing? Like one of your mods just spawned in there?
I don't even have any mods that affect him though, so...
Fun fact, you just made me think of this. In Gothic 2, there's a particular cave that they're supposed to spawn like all the dead bodies behind. I'm not quite sure how it works because you can go to that cave and some of the dead bodies like clip out of the wall and are just on the floor there. So I just walk in there. I'm like, what the hell? Why are like half the water mages dead and in this cave? Because they're like an organization that's very critical to like the DLC, and they're all named NPCs. So it was just really weird that their dead bodies were just hanging around there. And good lord, I need to finish that Gothic video.
How,
Like, I need.
how is it playing those games? How rough is it? Like, a lot of crashes, stuff like that, or is it pretty okay?
You can't alt tab out of them.
Okay.
It doesn't crash. It's not one of those like you alt tab out, it crashes the game. It's like you try to alt tab out, the game is still running. You can't. Your cursor disappears, and then like you have to do the whole Control Alt Delete Restart Cancel trick.
So you just lose control.
Yeah, basically. They're not bad, all things considered. Gothic 1 and 2 I've had very few bugs with, but you do have to install some community patches.
Okay.
I mean, I think getting the patches installed is the hardest part, because there is a very specific installation order, and if you don't do it that way, it doesn't cause problems for the game. The installer itself just doesn't give you an option to like install it. Like the button's grayed out, so you have to like research for 30 minutes trying to figure out which one you install first and then which one goes second, and it's kind of a headache. Once you get them installed, they're pretty stable. I think my biggest issues I've had with them is gameplay. And of course, by the time I got to Arcania, which released in 2012, it was so nice being able to actually like alt-tab out of a game. Or in this case, it's naturally in borderless windowed mode, which for dual monitors is amazing, because you can just pause the game, move the cursor over, and stop recording.
Unless you're using certain recording software and stuff. So I have to do everything in full screen mode with my recording setup. Which is,
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
That is unfortunate.
I don't know what it is. I forget what software it is, what reason it is for it, but all I know is I gotta set everything to that.
See, I tried playing it recently. Between having to download the a mod to fix the driver and set up a program on my Windows that clears up the standby memory on my PC, I still can't play the game. That's okay. So is that? You mentioned Team Fortress 2 in the previous comment. I don't assume that's what you're talking about. Are you referring to Gothic 1 or 2 or both? I'm really bad at following chat because I don't stream often, so I kind of take relevance from like previous comments and get confused.
Yeah, I'm
But
not good at it either.
Gothic 3 is, you're gonna notice in the video, which is of course is gonna be long. I do that thing that Patrician hates, where I make a lot of comparisons but not a lot of contrasts. Because the Gothic games are comparable to the Elder Scrolls, but they have like over 1 million differences. But in terms of quality and in the progression of the games as a series, they're comparable. So Gothic 1 and 2 are, in terms of quality, similar to Arena and Daggerfall. As far as mechanics, similar to Morrowind. Just as far as like they have the same aesthetic, just like the early 2000s graphics, and they are very mechanical heavy RPGs. Gothic 3 is kind of like Oblivion. They tried to transition to a more action-oriented combat system and completely failed, and it has extremely oversaturated graphics, which is why I can't help but make that comparison. Arcania is less like, it's like Skyrim if Bethesda lost the rights to Elder Scrolls and another studio made Skyrim. It's like the RPG mechanics are all but gone. There are still builds, but you no longer see, this is where it really starts to get kind of it's a stretch, but there's still builds, but it's more perk based. With Gothic, you have to actually go see a trainer and train and spend skill points to do that. In Arcania, you just kind of select perks on a skill tree. And it's a better action-oriented system, but it still has its problems. And it's universally hated by fans of the previous games. So that's my comparison. It fits if you've played them all, but it's not entirely the same.
Yeah.
They have a lot of differences, like stylistically, but you were starting to say something before I so rudely cut you off.
Oh no. I was just gonna say, I kind of disagree with with Patrician's assessment that like you gotta do like contrast with comparisons, or even I just find the utility of contrasting to be a lot less situationally useful as comparisons do. People understand comparison. Like the whole reason you make a comparison is to get a point across quickly and efficiently. If you're going to use contrasts, you need to have a lot more to set up and explain and stuff like that, and it almost just becomes not really worth it in a lot of situations, especially when it comes to video games, because it's just like there's just so many different variables and stuff like that.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so you were talking about Sims 2. You weren't talking about Gothic. Does Sims 2 come up in the conversation?
Sims 2.
I don't know. This is kind of why keeping up with chat like loosely doesn't always work, because you're just like, what are you guys talking about?
Sims 2 is great.
Yeah, but I think it does depend on the context. It's like if you're just comparing everything and you're not at all talking about how they're different, or even acknowledging like their differences, that's one thing. Kind of like
yeah. So
he says it.
So it's like if you're using the comparison as like to weaponize it, like
Skyrim and The Witcher is what I was gonna say.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody, or Skyrim and Dark Souls.
Yeah, and it's just like, well, yeah, but those games are doing two different sorts of styles. Like they have two different, they have a lot of different design philosophies going behind them. So comparing them can be a little bit unfair in a lot of situations.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's mostly whenever he, pretty much, yeah, it's like mostly whenever he brings it up is whenever people are like talking about Skyrim.
Yeah,
like,
they're
but the Witcher and The Witcher 3. It's like, in what way is The Witcher 3 and Skyrim like the same game?
They're open
they're
world
really not.
RPGs.
Yeah, that's about where the similarities end. I would say that Mass Effect Andromeda and The Witcher are much more comparable, because they have both progressed their combat style or their combat systems to the point of, not for their series, I'll say near perfection. I think The Witcher 3 could definitely be much better in a lot of areas, But if the Joseph Anderson videos are anything to go by, it's better than The Witcher 1 and 2 in a lot of ways, and it's more fluid. But Mass Effect Andromeda specifically, I mean, I've said it a few times, that it has a really good combat system, especially with being able to change your class or your profile, as they call it, like whenever you want. And I'm pretty sure you can create custom classes once you get to a certain point.
I remember, maybe you can verify this. I remember seeing that game's UI and being horrified. Like
It is. They love circles.
Yeah,
That's what I remember.
I remember seeing. I know Dragon Age Inquisition had literal folders in their UI. I remember seeing that in Mass Effect Andromeda. Am I just misremembering?
Honestly, I don't know.
Like they had,
because I have very selective memory about that game. Like the Krogan fistfight scene is burned into my memory. It's such. Have you ever seen that scene before?
Probably. I don't remember it though.
It's the jankiest cutscene in the game, in my opinion. There are two Krogan who get into a fist fight. They do not headbutt. They just duke it out with their fists.
Right.
And it doesn't look natural because their character model, they're not designed.
Yeah.
Like, even from a lore perspective, they are not designed for that.
Hi.
Still hanging out.
So,
here.
and it's not even, like, consistent within the own game, its own game, because there's a bar fight scene with Drac, the Krogan companion, where he does knock someone out by headbutting them. But these other two Krogan, who are, like, long-time rivals, and they're about to have, like, a fight to the death type scenario, they duke it out in the fist fight.
Yeah, Krogans they just don't have like the center of mass in order to throw good punches like that, like get into a good fist fight.
It's definitely like whoever made that. I mean, I don't know. I feel like a cutscene like that has to go through several different layers of like approval before it gets done. You gotta script it, and then you got the animators who have to do it, and I'm pretty sure more than one person made it, although it looks like it was made by one person. You would think someone would be like, wait a minute, this isn't how Krogans fight. Then again, they also refer to the Normandy SR2 as the joint effort between humans and Turians to make the perfect ship, instead of the SR1 being that and the SR2 being the Cerberus vessel. So,
oh, what? They said the SR2 was?
It's in it's like in the hub on the Nexus. There's a, it's like a, not a museum of history, but it's like this room has some historical stuff.
Yeah.
And there's a hologram you can interact with that talks about the Normandy, but it says the Normandy SR2, and it talks about the SR1, but it does. And all they had to do was say a recreation by Cerberus of the original Normandy, and say the rest, and it's perfectly fine. But unless they patched it in, because I haven't played it in a while, they may have patched it. But the original one would say SR2, and it like gets it completely wrong.
Oh, that's not a good look.
It's not, and it's unfortunate because EA was going through some. I mean, that was like peak whenever Patrick Sutherland was like destroying the company.
I genuinely feel bad for that studio, because they were given a very unenviable task, and they were not given the tools that they needed in order to succeed. That's basically what it came down to. It's like, hey guys, yeah, you need to turn around this entire franchise. None of, like, I don't know if any of them were like original developers. I know it wasn't the original studio.
No, I think this was their B team.
Yeah, like
it was Bioware Montreal.
Yeah, they were.
And of course, the entire studio got absorbed into like an EA Montreal. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah. After they closed the whole thing down, as EA likes to do, just completely liquidate.
Yeah, it's man, they did the same thing with Visceral, with Battlefield Hardline, and it's like, what is it with EA?
Yeah.
That they just love they love putting studios on projects that are outside their wheelhouse and then axing them when it's not just a massive commercial success. Because Battlefield Hardline was competent, at least in the
Whoa.
mechanics side.
Oh man, I just got a really good ring. Hell yeah. At level 3?
Wasn't Andromeda written by the C team at Bioware? Did they have a C team? I know it was I know it was Bioware Montreal because I read that Kotaku article about it.
Well, you know, they call it the B team, but really the people in Austin, Texas, that's the B team, the people who made the MMO.
Yeah.
Like they fly the Bioware banner.
It's whenever Andromeda came out, that was peak anti-SJW time frame, if I recall correctly.
Yeah,
that's whenever that was like the number one thing that was being recommended in my feed at the time was like, these SJWs are destroying the world. And I remember hearing, I don't even know if there's any credence to this, I remember hearing at the time that the reason the animations were as bad in the game as they were was because they hired a lead animator who had no skills as an animator just because she was a woman. That was like, I don't want to say that was the common consensus, but that was a popular theory.
The theory. I remember hearing, this is probably the official line, that it was, they were just not used to working with animations in the Frostbite engine.
Yeah, because the Frostbite engine was the biggest like crippling factor to Dragon Age, Inquisition, Andromeda, and Anthem. All three of them, because it is not. It just shows that I understand. You know, you want to save a couple bucks. You don't want to license the Unreal Engine. You don't want to license any engine. You want it all to be first party.
Yeah.
You have to give these teams time. I mean, what was it like? The first several years of the game's development was just engine work, creating things like a save system from scratch, because it's not in the toolkit, because it's designed for first-person shooters.
Yeah, first-person multiplayer shooters at that.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, but that was something that Patrick Sutherland back at EA was big on, was, well, it has good graphics. Gamers buy games with good graphics.
Yeah.
That's why there was also the Anthem Kotaku article. I can't speak. Kotaku article. I read that one as well, and they pre-rendered a demo and showed it to Patrick Sutherland, and he was ecstatic about it, not knowing it was pre-rendered. But it was pretty. It had really pretty graphics, and he was like, he was like, this is exactly what I want the game to be.
Oh no.
And Anthem flopped because it was really good looking, but there was nothing to it, and I never bought it.
Is it even? They didn't shut down the servers, right? They just said they were just moving on from development.
But to find out.
That would be a shame if they just like shut down the whole thing, like killed the servers and everything like that. You can't even play it anymore.
Well, the official website says that the servers are currently online.
Okay.
Whether or not they're populated is another question.
Well, you know.
New player hub for Anthem. Let's see what this says. Are you just getting started in the dangerous world of Anthem? I assume not. Yeah, this was another thing. Somebody at Bioware or EA, one of the two, really likes Warframe. Because there are enemies in Mass Effect Andromeda, of robot enemies that are like clones of Warframe enemies. And of course, Anthem itself has some like massive Warframe vibes too.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, is like you look at the game and it's like, oh, they're copying Warframe and Destiny. Okay, got it.
Yeah, basically. And I mean, it's unfortunate that like the real sad thing that a lot of people don't really think about, people spent years of their life making this, and it's basically dead. Like, people
It
pulled
it was
some,
dead
they crunched
before
for this.
it was dead before it even like the market was a thing. Like
And I think
they announced it and everybody was already like, oh, they're just doing the Destiny thing. Okay, I guess we gotta wait through this thing until we can get another Mass Effect or Dragon Age.
yeah, and what is the... Here's a question I have. What's the likelihood that these games feel soulless because the teams don't want to make them? Is my question.
I mean, it's possible. I feel like that's venturing into like dangerous speculation territory. I could just see it as it's easier to criticize it as like, oh, they were just trying to appeal to a certain audience that they just cannot appeal to, or they're trying to appeal to too many audiences or something.
It's fair. Dangerous speculation is a common problem for me. That's why I have to really really look at my scripts before I publish a video.
Yeah, if I'm always dubious whenever I put in something that I don't have any evidence to substantiate it. That's when I go, ooh, this is another really good ring. I'm getting a lot of good rings right now. That's when I'll stop and go like, okay, hold on. Like, what am I really doing here? Should I actually include this?
You have 3,000 hours in the first Destiny. Now,
damn.
I will say this. I've heard that the first Destiny has a lot more heart and soul than Destiny 2. Not so much in the writing department. I've heard that it's still just as bad. There are only so many times I can loot the same gun of a different rarity without getting bored. That was my problem with Destiny.
Now, was that like 3,000 hours with other players and friends and like a dedicated group? Because that was the thing. Like, I played Destiny 1 and I was like, wow, this would be great if I had people to play this with, but I don't.
Destiny 2 is a lot more fun when you have friends, I will say that.
But then it's like,
again, there's...
I have plenty of friends that I could just sit there and watch paint drying and it would be fun. It's like, if your game needs me to bring fun people to make it fun, then it's not a fun game.
Destiny 1 got really good when the Taken King expansion released. Yeah, I can imagine. I've heard some good things about Destiny's multiplayer. I haven't, of course, tried it, so I should probably avoid having an opinion about it, but I did play Destiny 2. And the only expansion for Destiny 2 I played was what was it? Forsaken? I think it was called. I feel like I'm missing a word there.
Was it like Forsaken King or something? I don't know.
It may have been. I'm thinking Forsaken Gods from Gothic 3, which is an expansion I am not looking forward to playing. I played the first 20 minutes of it. That was like right after Piranha Bytes lost the rights to Gothic before they got them back after Arcania, and it was made by a completely new studio. It canonizes like the neutral ending of Gothic 3. And the writing is just, even in the first 20 minutes I played, the writing is just not good. Because your character, the nameless hero, he has a personality. He's a dick. Like, there is no way you can play Gothic and not, in some ways, roleplay as a dick. Because he's snarky, he's got some sarcasm in him. He doesn't have a ton of personality, because he is still, for the most part, an avatar for the player. But he's not like an altruistic character either. Like, he is a tit-for-tat type person. Forsaken Gods did not understand this, and so they ramped up the attitude and made him extremely arrogant.
Oh.
Despite the fact that they do a gear and skill reset for the DLC. And seeing as Gothic 2 also did a skill and gear reset for the game, he would, like, logically know, I've been down this road before, I need to, like, relearn all my skills. Because they actually use in Gothic 2, they use amnesia very, very loosely in a way that I think works. The amnesia exists selectively. If you are a new player who did not play Gothic 1 and a very major character comes in, you can be like, oh, who are you again? I have amnesia. I don't remember. If you did play Gothic 1, you can choose to remember those people.
Okay.
So really, it's only like a mechanical thing by that point. You have to relearn your skills. But you can choose to remember like people that you've met. And in some cases, he does it automatically, like halfway through the game with one of the characters. Talking too much, I'm out of breath. So, I'm not looking forward to it. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna kick on God mode and max out my skills and do like a narrative analysis only. Because Gothic 3 gameplay wasn't even good when I didn't have the alternate balancing mod turned on. Because the expansion has it turned on by default. And the last thing I want is to take a janky combat system and make it harder.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely just gonna like analyze the story, do like I'm doing this run through because I have to, because it gives context for the next game, but I'm not looking forward to it.
So, what do you feel more comfortable doing? Gameplay analysis or like narrative analysis?
That depends on what section of the project I'm working on. If I'm editing, narrative analysis. If I'm typing the script and talking, definitely gameplay, because gameplay is more interesting to talk about, but it sucks to edit.
Yeah.
The story commentary is just so boring to recap, but by the time you're editing, you're like, I know everything I need is in this clip.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Everything I need going forward is in the next one. So, definitely, it's like I hate every stage of making videos for its own reason.
Yes, that's
It's like everything sucks in its own way. There's no part where I'm like, man, I'm probably just playing the game. I'm like, I'm really enjoying this right now. But even then, if the game sucks, I mean, by that point, that stage isn't fun either.
Well, the thing is like I'll be playing a game and it's like, yeah, I'm having fun, but there are games that I would much rather be playing right now. Like if I could have my way, I would just be playing City Skylines almost every night, or like Factorio.
Yeah, and on that note, you were asking my favorite genres earlier. I was gonna say here recently, survival crafting games are slowly becoming a favorite of mine.
Yeah.
Because there's something that you can just shut your brain off and sink into.
I like them because the developers actually are taking chances in a lot of those games. There's a lot of innovation going on.
Valheim's progression system would never make it in a AAA game. It's too elusive.
Half of the stuff that's in Valheim wouldn't make it in a AAA game. It's just they knew what they wanted to do. They had a vision, and they just iterated and just kept on. Just stuck with it.
Yeah, I'm still in the early game there. I was telling you earlier, I keep dying because trees keep falling on me. Because I'm not smart enough to get out of the way, or I'm starting to get used to it. But whenever a tree knocks down another tree and it rolls on top of me,
it gets scary.
It's not my
scary.
fault. But I mean, at least they made the very act of chopping down trees like interesting. You never know when you're gonna die. Because that's also realistic. Like if a tree falls on you, you're probably gonna die.
God damn it! These fucking rats giving me all the diseases.
I am going to, whenever we wrap up here in the next hour, I am going to go play more Valheim.
Oh, yeah.
I need to move my house. I kind of just built, like, right next to the spawn.
Yep.
I'm way too close to the first boss.
Yeah. You're gonna have that situation and stuff. When you get portals, it's a lot better.
Yeah, I haven't even like, activated the boss, because I'm fairly certain I am not ready for this yet. Like, my guy doesn't even have pants yet. I'm not taking on some freaking demon deer hybrid. I assume it is, based on the description.
Yeah, so doing that video was pretty interesting because I didn't want to show a lot of the bosses. So, I had to be very careful with how I was editing. And so there's a lot of clips that I just wound up reusing in the video because I just didn't have much to show. That wasn't like a little bit too spoilery.
Yeah, that's why I have a tendency to record the footage for my videos, or the footage that makes it into the video, I should say, as I'm at that section of the video, depending on what it is. Like, I did this for Titanfall 2, where the most of the footage I had, I was on a lower skill level than I am now, because I've already played through the game several times. So if I didn't want to find an example of something, or I just wanted better footage, I would just go replay a level, record it, and then use that.
Yeah.
And I did that in the specifically the part where I analyzed all the Titans, which, good lord, I never want to listen to that Cyberpunk song ever again. Getting that thing to loop on beat took me hours. And I'm proud of it, but I never want to do that shit again.
I had that song stuck in my head for the rest of the day because of that section.
Yeah, it goes on for 13 minutes. I timed it.
It's a good song, though.
But it is a good song. That's why I used it. It's probably a good thing I didn't use Hyper. I feel like Hyper would have just been way worse for that section. I think I kind of chose the right one for the backgrounds. But anyways, so for the section with the Titans, I didn't want to reuse footage, and I didn't have like a lot of good footage for that level. So I probably played through that level like not just getting the footage for the Titans themselves. I played through that level probably like 2 or 3 extra times just to record it. And it definitely helps that Titan combat is a lot of fun. So I didn't have a problem just kind of jumping back in and doing that. But yes, that Cyberpunk song was stuck in my head for like a week.
Yeah, it's funny because now you're getting into doing the background music and stuff while I just want to stop doing it.
Yeah, I need to do something.
I got so fucking lazy with it in the Valheim video. Usually, like for like a 30-minute video or 30-minute section, it would probably take me about close to 30 minutes to do it, honestly. Actually, probably longer. I think I spent 5 minutes doing the music for the Valheim video.
I think it really depends on what's going on. I've told you multiple times the Mass Effect 3 video has like the right song for the section, and I really appreciate that. The Valheim video didn't really need that, personally.
No.
Just because it was kind of just like a chill. You even said it's like a not review.
Yeah. Which
I'm actually taking it one step further. I'm going to look into. I'm doing this for multiple reasons. I want to explore writing music for my videos. I have some backgrounds with electronic music and EDM and stuff like that. I'm not good at it per se, but I do have the softwares to do it. And I went ahead and picked up, there's a company called Native Instruments out of Germany, and I picked up one of their softwares today. Just like an update to the one I already had, basically.
Yeah.
And part of the reason is I want to be able to, one, writing music is a good time if you know how to do it. I want to be able to use the proper tonal, like proper tone for what I'm talking about, and the proper length. I know if this section is 3.5 minutes long, I can take this song and open it in the software and just end it at 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's the frustrating part with doing music and stuff is like, oh, I have a perfect song for it, but it's either way too short or way too long. And then you just kind of like, well, fuck, man.
Let me spend 4 hours looping it for 14 minutes.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest problem there was that I really should have, I would have spent half the amount of time if I would have just timed the section and opened a DAW and did it in there. Because then I could see the measures and the beats, and I would have been able to do it easier. Doing it in DaVinci Resolve itself is what took so long. So it's really my fault that it took as long as it did.
Timothy Black is wondering what your DAW and your MIDI controller is.
Okay. Yeah, so the my DAW is Reaper. I originally used Ableton because it came with I have a Focusrite Scarlett Solo audio interface. That's just what came with it. The problem with Ableton is that, and you can hear this in my earlier videos, every so often, I think it has to do with the timing in the software to try and keep the audio on beat. It makes a stutter glitch. So you'll be listening to it, and it just sounds like the audio like freezes and stutters, and then it moves on. So I switched to Reaper, and I haven't had that problem since. So it was just a software issue. As far as my MIDI controller, it's just like a small. I already put it up. It's just like a small keyboard. It's like LP25K or something like that. I don't remember who it's by. It's really inexpensive. I just got it a couple years ago. So nothing special there. And depending on what you're doing, Ableton is good. I think I'm gonna switch to Ableton for writing the music specifically, because Reaper does not have a good effects panel. Like I was just opening, the software is called Massive by Native Instruments, and it's plugin only right now. It's not standalone. Just opening that software took me 20 minutes because I couldn't find the effects panel. Ableton would definitely, yeah, but I'm using Ableton Live like 9 Lite, and it limits you to like 8 tracks, and that would be a problem. I may just have to put it with Reaper. I'm not sure. Sounds like a sound card issue, not the DAW. Yeah, it was weird because I haven't had that issue ever again with Reaper, but I never had that issue when writing actual music in Ableton. So I don't know what the problem was. It was only in rendering the audio too. It wouldn't happen. So specifically, it was when I would split a take, and then for those of you guys who don't make videos, whenever you're doing your commentary, you're oftentimes cutting out breaths, or if there's like an awkward pause, you'll like split it and shorten it and stuff like that. That way you don't have to hear us like running out of breath like I am right now, because I've been talking nonstop for 3 hours and 7 minutes, and I'm just gonna take a second to breathe. 1 second.
Wait until the show's over, and then you're gonna feel like you have a giant weight in your chest for like 4 hours afterwards.
I feel like that now.
It's the stress.
If I would have thought about it, I would have done a little bit of cardio before we started, so I could be like chill. But anyways, so whenever I would split the clips and then drag them together, it's in that transition between clips where the stutter would happen. Not consistently, but every so often. So I think it has to do with Ableton whenever it's rendering and it's getting to those clips, depending on whether or not I had a fade between them, which I would sometimes do to like, if I had like an awkward pause or something like that. Depending on what I was doing with it, it would cause that stutter to happen, and I haven't had that issue with Reaper. Also, Reaper is dark mode by default, and Ableton doesn't have a dark mode by default, so I gotta go with that one. Beats having to pay for someone to produce some stuff for you, or using the same basic royalty-free BG music as some other content creators. Yeah, I try to stick, if I do use music, it has to be from the soundtrack. Or it has to be from, in Session's case, it has to be from a video game soundtrack that matches what I'm talking about. I don't do the video game analysis keyboard meme, where it's all like piano music. I don't do that.
Oh, that, yeah. Or just lo-fi beats.
Yeah, there's a channel that I found that I haven't had a lot of time to look at his stuff, but his channel is called I Finished a Video Game. And I saw his Mortal Shell video. I don't really jive with his style of analysis, but it was a decent video. He did like lo-fi beats the whole time.
Yeah.
And I mean, even Patrician like made fun of that in his Oblivion video, I'm pretty sure. Was it his Oblivion video or his Morrowind video when he was talking about the combat? and he did the whole like Dark Souls is a bad game because there's too much unavoidable damage bit.
I think that was the Oblivion video.
Yeah, it was one of the two. I know that. But I think you're right. It would have been the Oblivion video. And yeah, and he like has those like lo-fi beats in the background, and it's just like juxtaposed to the rest of the video. I definitely, when I say I'm writing music, it would be atmospheric electronic stuff.
I had a similar idea with doing that for like making atmospheric music that is akin to like Fallout style, especially the stuff that like Inon Zur does.
Yeah, Fallout music, like the original Fallout music, works really well in videos.
Oh yeah.
It's just the perfect like ambient music for some reason. The other benefit to doing this, there is that loophole with YouTube where you can claim your own video.
Yeah.
So if I play one of my songs uploaded to a different channel, I can claim my own video if I need to. Hint, hint. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
That's a fair deal.
But no, a good example, because I don't know a lot of I don't actually know a lot of like electronic artists, I should say. It's not really a genre I follow. I can spout off like 1,000 different metal artists like right now, especially in the progressive metal scene. I don't know a lot about electronic artists.
You ever listen to Polaris?
Yes, I actually love Polaris.
I just discovered them the other day. Spotify decided to put it on when I was stuck in traffic, and I was like, "Oh, this is fucking good."
What song did it show you?
Their newest album. Like,
I have a feeling it was probably Masochist.
Let me see real fast. I think it was something with an H, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I've listened to the album like 4 times now.
Yeah, it's a really good album.
Hypermania was what it.
Yeah, that was my next guess. That's a really good song. I've been getting into. It's weird. I got into progressive metal with Periphery.
Yeah.
Like back in my high school year.
Yeah.
Or senior year of high school. I'm slowly starting to get into like more metalcore right now. So my work playlist has a lot of course it's got stuff like some Veil of Maya in there right now. But it's got like Palisades, Memphis Mayfire. I got some Fit for a King in there and stuff like that. On that topic, the reason I say that, I don't know a lot of electronic artists, but it's fitting that I know the guys from Periphery, Misha Mansour and Jake Bowen, have a side project called 4 Seconds Ago. And they do a lot of the stuff that I would, at least some of their songs are more ambient based. Yeah. They do a lot more of what I would be going for there. So anybody listening, 4 Seconds Ago, if I'm sure I can pull up Spotify and get an example.
Go ahead.
I can't play it because I am recording, and I'm not trying to get in trouble, but their song Blood Frenzy and Listening Post Alpha, they're like right next to each other on the album. They're both pretty good examples of what I'd be going for there.
A good price. A good price. That's a...
Oh, let's see. I always found music weird in the analysis videos because, to be honest, I watch people mostly because their voice is good to listen to for long stretches. Have you heard Manly Badass Hero, Voice of a God? I have not. But someone's voice does make a big difference.
Right. Yeah.
Even more like their cadence. I never watched a lot of Will Love's video games. Well, I guess there's not a lot of Will Love's video games
R.I.P.
anymore. Yeah, I never watched many of his videos. I heard the criticisms about like how he speaks. I don't think it was like that bad. I mean, there's some
literally
some people who are worse.
If you play it at 2x speed, or not 2x, like even like 1.25, 1.5, which is how I watch almost all analysis videos, it's like perfectly fine.
you can't listen to some of my videos at like 1.5x speed.
No,
Like,
you,
the
dude,
second
you
half
go
of the Dead Space
fast.
video, yeah, the second half of that Dead Space video I recorded in one day, and it was like a 9-hour day, and I was like, get this shit done, like, because I wanted the video out before Halloween.
I don't,
So
I
had
don't, I don't
chronological.
record more than an hour and a half, 2 hours a day. Otherwise, I just start doing worse takes.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I typically go for at least 4 hours, but there are some days where I'll do like 10 minutes and be like, screw this, I'm not doing it.
Oh, yeah. You'll have those days where you start and you fuck up the first line of the first take, and you're just like, yep, just gonna close this out, and we'll come back to this tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. This says, I used to be very into metal, but I only unironically listen to nightcore now. Now that's a genre I haven't heard of.
Never even heard of Nightcore.
I feel like that is
Yes. Be seeing you.
oh, my bird's making noise. It is Norwegian. Okay, so I just see like a bunch of like anime shit when I look it up. If you hear like noise in the background, I'm sorry. We didn't want this bird. We inherited it.
I don't hear anything, so.
Okay, awesome. It's making noise. Yeah, I just see a bunch of anime stuff. But I don't judge people for their music taste anymore. I used to be pretty pompous about that, but
Yeah.
I've kind of mellowed out in the years.
Until I started to develop a wider taste in music, and then I realized that most stuff is pretty much fine. There's genres I don't get, that I'm just not into, and I know it's because I just haven't had the right exposure to the right musicians yet. So like a lot of hip hop and rap and stuff is still lost on me. There are a couple acts out there that I'm like, okay, I can get behind this, but
there is one
is this Lily?
rap song my friend showed me when we were on vacation recently that I legitimately enjoyed because I was like, holy shit, this guy actually has something to say. It was my friend calls it like emotional rap or something like that. That makes it sound like a like kind of somber.
Yeah.
The dude was basically dissing his manager who was like embezzling their money. And he goes off in that song. And it was like, it sounded more as far as vocals in some areas, like, you know how like metal artists will sometimes like not really rap, but they'll do like a very aggressive spoken word section.
Yeah.
Hello there.
With like a lot of screaming and stuff. It sounded more like that. Like you could tell this dude was pissed. I would have to find the he showed it to me. He's like, oh man, you gotta check this guy out. I was like, yeah man, I will, and then I never did.
Yeah, I get that a lot
I do that
too.
all the time.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you'd really like this. Okay. 6 months later, did you ever check that out? Nah.
I'm felon rep. I offer the
Yeah,
finest goods
my
and
friends, I mean, I do the same thing with them. Like, I'm constantly sending them songs that they're not gonna listen to. Especially that one guy who popped in and said I suck to Fish Friend. He's my close friend Alex. I'm constantly sending him like, oh dude, you gotta check out the song. He's like, all right, I will. And I send it to him and I close it. I'm like, he's never gonna fucking listen to that. So the few times I can hold him hostage in a car on vacation
Oh my god.
are the times that I have to it's like, you have to listen to this. It's actually what I did with a band called Kingdom of Giants that I showed him recently.
So I did that.
Off their
I did that to one of my friends. We were driving to Jersey, and I was on this real kick with this band that it's not even a band. It's like just, you know, a single act type thing. The dude is called Trust. It's TR/ST. What I would describe it as is like sad vampire, like it's very bizarre music. Let's just put it that way, and nothing at all that he would enjoy. So I subjected him to like 2 hours of that, just like his entire discography. We listened to the whole way there. So that's the type of friend that I am when it comes to giving people music recommendations.
Yeah. Well, if you don't hold them hostage and show it to them, they're never going to. So you gotta, you gotta do it when you can.
Got a great deal.
So Timothy Black also said,
That's a fair deal.
one thing that's, I'm just going to read both these comments. One thing that's always impressed me in how video creators can maintain the same voice tone inflections throughout the entirety of a 5-hour video. I can't imagine how many takes it requires. And says, sometimes I come across content creators where there's a drastic difference in tone, inflections. They're using slashes, I'm just not saying it. And it's so bleh. I can't stand it. I'll cut off the video quick because of it. For me personally,
You've made
it's
a good
I
choice.
don't accept takes that are too different from what I just sounded like. So there will be some days where I will record audio like late in the midday, and then the next day try to do it at like 6 a.m. because it's like I'll just try and get something in, get these 2 pages that I've been stuck on for a few days because I can't speak, get those done before I go to work. And it's very obvious I'm like in volume and tone. It's very obvious it's like early in the morning.
Yeah.
So I cut them and I wait until my next day off.
Yeah.
So it's not like it takes a lot of takes. Once your voice is warmed up and you know how to speak in your like commentator voice, you can pretty much, especially if you like listen to what you said before and try to match that, you can get it done pretty quickly. There are sometimes though that like in my Titanfall 2 video, the section between the end of the gameplay analysis to the start of the story commentary sounds off, but I was too lazy to just re-record it in post, so I was just like, screw it, who cares, I left it in.
Yeah.
But it's only for like 10 seconds. But if you and most people probably don't even notice it, but if you are another content creator, you can pick up on those things. You become very, very hyper aware to breaths and mouth smacking. And anytime, or just like when someone says something weird, you just really pick up on it.
I can just, I can hear when they were recording on a new day. It's just like,
Yeah,
I can
so can
hear
I.
it so plainly. It's like, yeah, okay, new day.
But as far as voices, it's funny. We went through that thing in your, I think it was Gaiden and I, who said that like you sound like JB Jet.
Oh,
And
me,
you're like,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
I don't. And then you showed us a comparison, and we were both still convinced that it sounded really similar. You don't have the same voice. You guys just have the same manner of speaking.
Yeah, yeah. We have similar like cadence and pretty much.
I have noticed, and Patrician brought this up in one of his streams where he said he started a video. I don't think you were there. He's like, I heard this guy's voice. He said, and I was just like, thank God I'm not being spoken to by another nerd.
Oh yeah.
There is, especially for like game analysis, there are a lot of like nasally voices.
Yeah.
I've noticed too.
It's unfortunate because there's really nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. And I say that as respectfully as possible because I mean, you're a little bit guilty there. No hate, love you, bro, but it doesn't bother me. Some people that bothers, it doesn't bother me personally. I am much more bothered by. Are we still not saying his name here?
And we can say it.
Okay. Don't show anything on screen, but Acerthorn. Really bothered by his voice. Especially, like you said, you saw the Sid Alpha video. You saw that clip where he told, he said something like, "This person's giving me money and you're not," right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even in that clip, that dude's voice just like grates against my entire being. Personally, respectfully,
I'm trying to think.
or civilly, I should say.
There's a lot of creators whose voices just like immediately turn me off. It's usually like the ones who are just like, "Hey guys, today we're gonna be talking about how to make money on YouTube," and it's just like
The influencer voice.
yeah, the influencer voice, and it's like that is the quickest way to turn me off.
Yeah, I absolutely hate those. Or I'm getting to a point where I'm getting like I'm seeing I'm very very happy that long form analysis is getting popular on YouTube. It's a niche that really needs like more people doing it.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of low quality. I can tell what's low quality based on the thumbnail alone.
Oh.
So
if it's just
there,
if it's just like a shot of like an environment in the game, and they just like put over like a very basic text, standard like Microsoft font in there.
yeah. Or even I saw this other video, and the odds of me finding it in my feed right now are like 0, but I've seen it a couple times. It is a 4-hour analysis of something. I don't remember the game. It's like a it's like a weeb game. I want to say, but it's more of like a Final Fantasy Nier style weeb game than like a Persona weeb game. And the thumbnail says 4-hour analysis on it.
Oh.
And the first thing I think of when I see that, it was the first thing that popped in my head is, but do you have 4 hours of things to say?
Yeah.
Because that's the big.
Yeah, that's
Okay. You have, cool. Your video is 4 hours long. How much of that is actually like fresh content, and how much of that is, you said that about 3 times now, why are you still saying it?
Yeah, that's definitely that's a red flag right there, where it's like, oh, I'm doing it because it's long, and it's just like, you're missing the point then.
Oh, I found it.
Also, you know,
Final Fantasy X Ultimate is, and it says 4-hour analysis.
yeah.
Now it could be a good video. It does not use like average sans font. And I don't mean to imply that this is automatically a bad video, but I can look at that and it makes me question.
Well, that's
Because
that's
it's
the thing.
you are now
is
marketing the length of your video.
You need to, and also we know it's 4 hours long. We can it's right there, attached to the thumbnail. Anywhere you look on YouTube, you're gonna see the length of the video, so you don't need to put it in the thumbnail itself. But when it comes to like thumbnails, titles, and everything like that, you gotta be as vain as humanly possible, especially when you're making it, because that's what everybody's seeing. That's what they're judging your video off of to click on it, is first impressions. What am I looking at? So if me as a creator, I'm looking at it, I'm getting turned off, that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, exactly. So Orsic Fireforge said, left for a moment, what game were we talking about? We're just we're just on some shit right now. Like we changed topics like 4 times. But yeah, I think there's a lot of man, I'm almost hesitant to be like discouraging about like this sort of thing. I mean, that sounds really arrogant. I'm staring at my dashboard. I have 748 subscribers. Who am I to discourage anybody from making content? But it's like I hate to be discouraging, like, oh, your content is low effort, you shouldn't try, because it's like they may start out making like they're trying to cash in on the length of a video, and they're like, wow, this is kind of difficult, and over time they may start to kind of improve and analyze things better.
Yeah.
But there's also there are going to be those people
that
are seeing them
literally just trying to cash in on the trend.
Yeah, what was that Augur of Dunlane video?
Oh, the Fudge Muppet
had
one?
a B-roll every 5 minutes?
Yeah. Ah, man. I wouldn't say he was even... I don't know if he was doing that intentionally, though. Like, I think he genuinely thought there was 4 hours worth of content in that video. That did not feel like he was... He doesn't need to play the SEO game. He's really established and a very successful channel. I think he just thought there really was 4 hours worth of content in that video.
Yeah, it could have been. I just remember listening to it and thinking that it felt a little padded.
What killed me was just the song that just kept looping on in the background. It was 5 minutes of music, the same song just looped over and over.
That may have actually been what turned me off to it, because
I watched the whole thing.
Another thing, I did not. I probably got about 30 minutes in, and I was like, I've gotten the most surface level information so far.
To his credit, though, you know what? To his credit, that video did convince me, oh, I really need to get into Elder Scrolls lore now. So for like 2 weeks afterwards, I just went on this whole deep dive. And I did watch a bunch of his other videos that helped out. And some of his like affiliated creators and stuff like that, so...
Yeah, the only lore dive I've ever done is Bloodborne. It's just because I really wanted to know what was up with, like, the Great Ones.
Oh, yeah.
And now that I know, I kind of... It's like, oh, yeah, that's cool. I actually have I ordered a book that is the complete edition of Lovecraft's Tales, and I meant to read it for Halloween, but getting into reading is something I really struggle with. Like, it has to really pull me in and catch my interest.
Fiction for me is really difficult to read because that's my creative background. I feel like everybody has some sort of creative background before they get into YouTube. For me, it was writing. And I wrote a lot of like fiction and shit like that before getting into YouTube. So in doing so, I've basically ruined fiction for myself. I am incredibly fucking picky. And
I am definitely like that with music.
Yeah. For music, it's really just I gotta be in the mood for something.
I need a specific level of production quality or I won't listen to it. So, this is something that really really stuck with me when I got into Periphery. The number one thing, because the story behind it, I took an AP music theory class my senior year of high school. I don't remember much about it because it's been a few years, but one of the guys there was a guitar player. His name was Parker, and he introduced me. He's like, hey, there's this band called Periphery. You know, I think they're really good. And he's like, listen to the song The Way the News Goes. And it was the first, it's the guitar part in the opening section. It's all clean guitars. It was the most, like, clearest quality I'd ever heard. So, I was always under the impression that cymbals and drums had to be heavily compressed. And it was just supposed to sound like just an audible nightmare. Especially with like Avenged Sevenfold. That's kind of what I grew up with.
Oh, yeah.
My like seventh to I don't know, 10th grade years, it was like Avenged Sevenfold, Disturbed, Mudvayne, things like that. They all, especially some Mudvayne albums, they have some terrible mixing, and I just thought that was just, oh well, that's just how it is. And then I got into Periphery, and I was like, holy crap, I can hear the snare, I can hear the guitars, and it was just like, it was like taking out earplugs. Ever since then, I have just been unable to listen to anything that is too heavily compressed or isn't mixed properly.
Oh, you gotta get on those flaks and everything.
Yes, exactly.
So how do you
PSA,
listen?
compressing
How do you listen to
everything.
Spotify?
Exactly. I pay for premium and I have it on the max quality. A lot of the time, it's not even so much the compression itself. You can tell if something is mixed well.
Yeah.
Or if they're using like clear guitar tones. The secret actually appears to be specifically for metal, using as low gain as possible for your distortion. So there's a band out of France called Kadinja, another like progressive metal gent band. Really, really talented guys. Their songs sound, their guitar tones, I should say, sound heavier than they are. But I saw a video, it was in French, so I was only there to watch the riffs. I couldn't understand what he was saying. I saw a video where he was doing demonstrations of his riffs, and he really was using more of a crunch tone than like a super gainy heavy tone.
Yeah.
But in the mix, it sounds heavier than it actually is. And I think that's how they get away with like cutting out all that kind of noise in the mix and making things more clear. And you can tell the difference. I mean, listen to, I would say, 2 good points of comparison would be definitely the way the news goes by Periphery, because that opening guitar tone is probably the cleanest thing you've ever heard in your life. And a good point of comparison to that, which is almost unfair, but it gets the point across, is World So Cold, World So Cold by Mudvayne, because that entire album is just terribly mixed. And I want to say that's a limitation of the technology. That album came out in the early 2000s. That Periphery album came out in 2016, where like guitar plugins are a dime a dozen these days. You can go to Neural DSP's website and you can see like a ton of different guitar plugins that all basically achieve the same thing, but it's just like an oversaturation of the market. I hope some of you understood a word I just said, but
You lost me after a point, but I'm like getting fucked.
I used to
in
want to
this
be a
dumb
musician, so that's my creative background is music.
Yeah, so music's one of the few things that still has like magic to me, so I've tried not to learn too much about it.
Yeah, and so Leon here said, have you heard of Polyphia? They have strong Periphery vibes without vocals. Yes. Polyphia has moved on to, they're all instrumental. They are very, very talented guitar players. And they have moved on to being like a trap metal hybrid. It's really interesting, but they make it work really well. I really have to commend them for like the sheer writing and mixing, because it cannot be easy to mix guitar work into a trap song and make it sound good.
Trap metal. Oh, so like Scar-Lord.
Maybe. I don't think it's so much trap metal as it has very heavy trap vibes in there already.
It's
instrumental.
I don't know if you've ever listened
metal
to Scar-Lord, but it's literally he's literally just like a he came from
Sounds
like
Marvel
a
villain.
he came from like a screamo band, I think. He was like the lead singer of it, and then he just went off and started his own like independent trap thing, and his whole thing is just like screaming.
Is he a British rapper? With an
Yeah,
X?
yeah. With the face
Yeah,
masks and stuff.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I know that there's a band called Salem, where the lead, the vocalist of another really good band, Novelists, their vocalist left to do his own thing. I haven't quite figured out, because I haven't really given it enough of a listen. I don't know what his theme is, or if he's doing a theme. I'm not. They split due to creative differences, and it was like one of those very few like we're splitting but we're still friends things.
Oh yeah.
So he's doing his solo project now, and the new vocalist they got is actually really good. They're just taking the band in a more experimental direction, to the point to where one of their guitar players puts on Instagram, he put like a guitar riff he wrote, and he's like, this has those quote old novelist vibes. I'm like, oh, so one album ago is old novelist now? Is that where we're at?
Oh shit, I didn't mean to drink that one.
Sometimes a song can lose the feeling of authenticity when overly mixed or produced.
You get that into remasters of albums and stuff. I'm trying to think. Lamb of God. Holy shit. They did like like re-releases of a bunch of their albums, and they're fucking terrible.
Yeah, I never got into Lamb of God. My dad was really into that though. I'm trying to think of an example of like an overly produced song specifically in like metal or metalcore that just loses its authenticity. I think clarity is really something I look for. And that's something, because there's nothing wrong with like having an just inherently dirty song, dirty so to speak, like it's just very noisy.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
But you need to be able
but
to hear all the different channels and all the different instruments and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't. I think compression's like the biggest problem.
Yeah.
Honestly, that it always comes back to how much even for YouTube.
Compression and volume normalization and stuff. That also.
Yeah, I turn normalization off on Spotify.
Yeah.
Which can blow out your eardrums if you're not careful. But Even YouTube's compression is a problem. I was listening to
You
the
seem rather sound,
Indigo
murderer.
Indigo gaming stream with Patrician TV and starts with a Z.
Zarek, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, Zarek. And I could hear
your path
in
is
the
clear.
in Indigo's everybody's voice that the audio is being like bitrate bottlenecked.
Yeah.
It got that like watery kind of hissing whispery sound to it where the bitrate is like really being fucked with. I could hear that throughout like the entire stream, and I know they all have good mics.
Yeah.
So that was like a YouTube compression issue.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling it's doing the same thing to us.
Yeah, that happens
Or-
with live streams specifically. You'll also run into that with live premieres. They will add some extra like compression and shit to it, just so that I think it has to do with trying to keep everybody who's watching in sync as much as possible. And some people just don't have a great connection, so it tries to balance things on the fly, as opposed
Yeah, that
to
makes sense.
Twitch, where they just basically take a cruise missile to everything, and they're just like, yeah, you can only stream at like 2,000 kbps, and just that's why I don't stream on Twitch, because I was watching somebody streaming last night, Dyson Sphere program. Oh no, it was Factorio. It was Factorio, and they had a bunch of like bots flying around, like it's this late game Factorio, and it literally just looked like a mess of pixels because the bitrate of Twitch just could not keep up with what was going on screen. It was a fucking nightmare.
I can imagine, especially if they had like a really big setup.
Yeah.
I haven't played any of those games, but I know the whole goal is to make like just a monster factory.
Yeah. So it's like there's a
So if you
ton of
have-
like
yeah.
animated sprites that are like very small on screen and everything. Even like what I'm doing right now, walking around, and there's like all this grass everywhere. On Twitch, this would look fucking awful because the grass would screw with the compression algorithm, and it just looks so bad. And they're like streamers who are like, oh, here's my best settings for streaming on Twitch. It looks so good and crisp. It's like, no, it doesn't. I can believe that's like the best you can achieve, but you're working with like 2,000 like a kilobit. I forgot what it is. It's some like really like obnoxiously low bit rate though.
See, Valheim doesn't have that problem because they do that all in the game for you. I noticed that last night when I was playing. I was like, is my vision blurring because it's midnight and I'm getting tired, or is this like? And I think it was the chromatic aberration that was doing it.
Oh yeah, I turned that off. I turned off. There's
yeah,
a lot of
had-
post-processing effects in that game that I turn off. I turn off a lot of post-processing effects in a lot of games. Depth of field,
Yeah,
I'll turn
it's-
off. Motion blur, chromatic aberration. The list goes on.
Motion blur is a mechanic. I would like to see
Just
gone from
yeah.
most games,
That and-
especially
that and,
Modern
like,
Warfare 2019 had motion blur like cranked.
Yeah.
And it's like the whole point of a first-person shooter is to be able to clear a room quickly and snap onto my target. Motion blurring my targets as I'm looking around is not helping.
Yeah. And then on top of which,
And
if a game has a ton of motion blur, it usually has like mouse smoothing and stuff like that. So like if you try and move your mouse too quickly, it'll like slow it down, and it's like, I hate starting a game and I have to sit there, go into like an INI file, and disable a whole bunch of shit because it's just like, just ruins the gameplay experience.
Just like with Gothic 2, where they created potion hotkeys because the first game didn't have them. The second game does, and they put in their like little README file. They're like, we have potion hotkeys, but we thought they were kind of lame, so you have to activate them in the ini file. And I was like, well, would like a menu option that says this is easy mode type thing, because I don't think the first two games don't have difficulty modes. Would that be too much to ask? Like, do you really make me have to go open and edit an ini file just to activate potion hotkeys? I mean, the balance is already screwed up. Like, in the expansion version, you basically, especially if you're playing a melee character, you basically have to abuse potions, and you can't like open the menu and chug them because drinking them is fast. And of course the hotkey doesn't even show you drinking them. Your health just gets filled up, so you can just sit there and tank hits. And the most mechanically difficult part of it is hitting the H button with your thumb as you're trying to like swing your sword, because I haven't gotten a lot into the mechanics of the game in the stream because we've been going on tangents I didn't expect to go on, like the Last of Us 2 one. That we talked about that 2 hours.
Usually how it goes.
It felt like. But Gothic had the first 2 games, that is. The third game to an extent, but well, all the games to an extent, definitely the first 2. It has a rhythm-based combat system. You have to you have an action button, like control or shift or something, and you hold that down to target your enemy, and then you use the W and D keys to swing your sword. Depending on your skill proficiency, depends on how fast you can swing, and you have to time those swings, otherwise there's a delay while you recover, basically. It works really well because in the second game, you can time your swings to hit enemies as they come at you, and it staggers them, especially like monsters and animals. If a wolf lunges at you and you swing at the right time, you'll knock them back. So it turns into this little rhythm game of not missing the timing on your swings, so you don't get put into a recovery time frame where you can't attack. Doing that while trying to hit the H key to spam potions is like the toughest thing in the game, basically. And of course, Gothic 3 being 2 steps forward, game not finished, so 50 steps back, implemented actual like a 1 through 10 hotbar, and you can drink potions. There is a potion hotkey, but the potion drinking animation is so long, and because the AI in the game works the way it does, and I should mention the enhanced edition, quote unquote, not made by the original team, does prepackage a lot of community mods and rebalancing mods that I turned off, because why would I want to make this game harder? I already don't like it.
They make them harder.
Yeah, it's the alternate balancing and the alternate AI. Alternate AI is supposed to make the AI smarter, which probably would have been okay to use, but I'm not reviewing the mods, I'm reviewing the game. Alternate balancing makes skill progression much more like Gothic 2, where it's very... We don't have the time for me to get into why Gothic 2's progression, just systems are fucked, but they are. Learning points or skill points get very, very expensive. Like, you will... If you metagame extremely well, which I recommend you do, you will be perfectly fine. If you try to play the game like you did the first one, you're going to run out of skill points, and you're going to be underleveled. Because it ramps up the cost of skills. Skills are on a 1 to 100 scale, kind of like Elder Scrolls, but not leveled through using it. 1 to 30 is 1 skill point per level. To increase it, that is. You get 5 skill points per level. No, sorry. You get 10 skill points per level. To increase it, it's a 1-to-1 ratio for levels 1 to 30. 30 to 60, it's a 2-to-1. So now raising your skills 5 points costs 10 learning points, a whole level. From 60 to 90, it's 3-to-1. 90 to 120, it's 4-to-1. And 120 and above, it's 5-to-1. So you'll get to a point where raising your skills 5 points costs 25 learning points, so 2.5 levels. Enemies do not respawn naturally in the game. You can kill every enemy in the game. It will not respawn until the next chapter. So you can grind, but you cannot consistently grind.
Yeah.
So the alternate balancing mod in Gothic 3 makes Gothic 3 systems more like that. But Gothic 3 has a different combat system that is not finished. The publisher, Joe Woods, made Piranha Bytes rush the game out like years before it was ready to go. It is not finished. So some of these patches help make the game playable. That mod, which you can thankfully turn off, is not needed. where was I going with that? I just explained everything. I don't remember what my original point was. Okay, so I was talking about Gothic 3. You notice I do this a lot. This is why I can't stream of consciousness talk about stuff. I forget where I was going.
Yeah, I know. I get the same thing.
Okay, so basically, yeah, so Gothic 2 systems are not just, you cannot just play normally. You have to metagame because to raise your attributes, and man, and the expansion doubled the attribute cost for most weapons too. So now, and they also so the expansion itself in Gothic 2 is what added that learning point conversion where it gets more expensive. Since there is now an expansion zone where you can level up, the attribute cost to wield weapons is now twice as expensive. So the strongest two-handed weapon in the game now costs 200 strength to wield, not 100. And it costs more in order to increase to that skill. And there are other, that's only, you can just kind of see how messy this is already getting, because now it's more expensive for both your attributes and your combat skills, not including any miscellaneous skills you want to take, like sneaking, which you don't need, but lockpicking, pickpocketing, which all those are dexterity skills. Dexterity builds are just broken in this game.
Broken as in like broken good or broken bad?
Broken good.
Okay.
There is, you can see why I played this game 3 times. There is so much that goes into it. It's not just like these systems suck. There are so many things that make it as bad as it is. But if you metagame, if you look for the permanent attribute bonuses, if you look for at a map for all the alchemy ingredients to craft potions that give you those permanent bonuses, you'll do just fine. Because grinding alone just unfortunately doesn't cut it, because we haven't even taken into consideration that some enemies cannot be reliably grinded out because they're too tough. So, and this doesn't even take into account the damage calculation for melee weapons, which I can, in 5 minutes, explain. Melee weapons, especially, well, all melee weapons, basically, have a simple damage calculation, strength plus weapon damage minus enemy armor. That's in Gothic 1. Gothic 2 takes that, divides it by 10, with a floor rate of 5. You cannot do less than 5 damage, and the only time you do full damage is if you get a critical hit. Now, critical hits are on... Your critical hit chance in Gothic 2 is your weapon skill. You still increase the rate that you swing your weapon as you increase this skill, but the 1 to 100 skill rating is the percentage to critical hit. So what this plays in practice is it is Morrowind combat. Instead of missing, you're chipping away their damage until you get a critical hit and like one-shot them, because you are now doing unrestrained damage. And the same rules apply to enemies. So you'll be winning a fight and they'll get 2 critical hits and you're dead.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. Well, now we have an increased cost to increase your strength and your weapon skills, an increased cost to wield weapons, which means you have to put more points into your attributes, and everything is so freaking expensive. My last 2 playthroughs, my third playthrough was on Gothic 2 Classic, meaning these restrictions did not exist. My dexterity playthrough, I metagamed the hell out of the game. I looked up perfect dexterity guides and everything, and I found out my first character was extremely underleveled, because I was playing it like the previous game that didn't have any of these issues.
Yeah.
And that's why. And dexterity builds also, since bows are your primary weapon, bows don't have the same division formula. They have like a logarithmic accuracy rating. Your accuracy at close range is near 100%. At medium range, it is less so, and at far range, it's well below, like 50%. Your accuracy rating is also your archery skill, though. So you can, so you have like a 10% accuracy by default. Well, if they're in your face, you're gonna hit them, but you do full damage. So you now have the benefit of a ranged weapon that cannot as reliably stagger enemies because the rhythm-based like melee combat is gone. So if an enemy gets in your face, they're likely gonna hit you a lot since you can't kind of time your swings. But you have a ranged weapon that does full damage that you can kind of climb onto a rock and break the AI of the enemies, because it's a game from 2003 or so, around that time frame. And on top of that, dexterity has access to pickpocketing and lockpicking. Lockpicking you can get with all classes, but your chance to break a lockpick is way higher because it scales with dexterity. Pickpocketing is the only non-combat skill that grants XP. XP scales with the number of successful pickpockets, and your ability to pickpocket and your success rate, it scales with dexterity.
How many
So
non-combat skills are there?
not many.
Okay.
So you have lockpicking, which is kind of self-explanatory. Pickpocketing, of course. Sneak, which you don't need because, funnily enough, if an NPC is asleep, you can just like backstep towards them and it won't wake them up, so you don't actually need sneak. Then you have crafting skills like alchemy, rune crafting specifically for mages, which is kind of a lame mechanic. It's cool, but it kind of sucks. And then you have forging, which forging is like. And then you have like hunting skills, like skinning animals, taking their claws and stuff like that. Those are all individual skills. Forging is such a noob trap that it's offensive to me, because you can waste skill points in a skill that you can never actually fully max out because you don't have enough skill points to do so. And 10 skill points in the early game, I mean that is actual that's raising your skill 10 points. I'm using the
How far would you get into the game before you realize you fucked up and everything is like you're not leveling up anymore?
I don't think there's an actual level cap that I've come across, but you would get at least if you pick up on it early, about 4 hours. But you may get to like chapter 2 or 3 before you realize that you are being throttled. Because you'll get those, you'll be like, oh, skill points become more expensive over time. That's weird. But you may not realize like how detrimental it is to your build until you're at least a third of the way through the main story. And if you're willing to restart, then great. But all the permanent bonuses, like those potions, aren't communicated to you.
Oh,
like,
of course not.
You can increase your strength by 1 point by eating 25 apples. Okay, I thought apples were a throwaway healing item. I sold them. You can, and that's only a 1 point bonus, but that is a 1 point bonus. And apples don't reliably spawn anyways. They only spawn on bandits, and there's a finite number of them in the game.
Oh my god! What the
Things
fuck?
like. Yeah, it was a nightmare, my first playthrough. Like, I beat this game, I never wanted to play it again. It was only because I watched another video where this guy's like, and if you play as a mage, you'll learn spoilers. And I was like, please do not tell me that the story is slightly different for each faction. And of course it was. And I'm glad that I did replay it, because I learned that my build was underleveled the first time. I also learned that the DLC weapon that I threw away, because I was role-playing as a morally good character who did not want Satan's sword, is basically what it is. And I was like, sure, give it to the water mages. They'll throw it in the ocean. It turns out that sword is so fundamentally overpowered it would have saved me so much headache. Like, because it's the only level scaled weapon in I think in the Gothic franchise. It's scaled on 25 levels, but each level is pretty minor, and you can upgrade the level, unlike Elder Scrolls, because Patrician was talking about this in one of his streams. You can upgrade the level that you have by going to an altar of Beliar, who's the god of darkness in the game. You just have to give a permanent health sacrifice. You like permanently reduce your max health to upgrade to the next tier. And you don't there's 25 of them. You don't have to do it. The only thing it does is increases the critical hit chance for the weapon, which literally summons lightning and smites the enemy for magic damage. It's 100 points of magic damage. It's damn overpowered. And yeah, so it's probably the most mechanically dense RPG I've played, and it does not have a lot of attributes or skills. Like, I thought acrobatics was cut from the game, but actually raising dexterity to 90 gives you acrobatics, which gives you it cuts your fall damage in half, and it gives you the ability to roll. And that's good because you can't sprint in those games.
Yeah.
So rolling is like, short of using potions that allow you to sprint, rolling is the fastest way to get around. So when you eventually, because I'm sure you will, when you eventually watch the video in Gothic 1, you're going to see I was almost always jumping, or when I got acrobatics, I was rolling. Because it'll take you like 4 steps ahead in one motion. So and this is why I've been recording gameplay since November, because it's just such a complicated topic that I had to see it through 3 times. And I wasn't even looking at comments, so I hope no one asked me a question.
I'm having a bad
You're talking about one of the
time
Gothic
now.
games? Yes, Gothic 2. Specifically the Night of the Raven expansion.
All right.
But I think I have just about talked as much as I can without collapsing.
Yeah, I think we're gonna
So we may have to end
wrap.
it here.
Yeah, wrap it up. I gotta have dinner and stuff like that. Gotta get
All
some
right,
stuff
awesome.
done.
Well,
So
thank you again for having me on. We should, if you're cool with it, we should do this again sometime. Cause
yeah,
I don't feel like we got through that list that you wrote
no,
down.
and I'll probably have to revise my list and stuff. This is one of those things where a lot of preparation goes a long way, and I didn't prepare.
We're gonna have to blacklist The Last of Us 2 as a topic.
Yeah.
Because I think
Well,
that was like
So the
longest
problem
discussion.
is like when you have when we start talking about games that like I haven't played but you have played. So what we got to do is like lay down the rules for like where our games align. So it's like when we're talking Mass Effect, it works well.
Yeah, I agree. And definitely gotta avoid any and all discussions that'll put me on like a blood rage tangent.
Oh, but it's good. This is it was definitely an experiment.
Yeah, I'm
Pretty much.
feeling that chest pressure you were talking about
Yep.
from talking for so long. But yeah, I definitely appreciate you for having me on.
Oh yeah, we gotta
So,
do it again sometime. But
Yeah,
yeah,
well-
I'm fading out, so.
all right,
I'm
I'm
gonna
with you,
call
dude.
it.
So
So
right,
thank you
awesome.
everybody for tuning in. We'll I don't know when we'll be back. Maybe another week or two. We'll see. But thank you all for coming.